Yeah, it should be fine. This is okay. Okay. Hmm?
Yeah, the camera seems fine.
Sorry?
The camera seems okay.
Camera seems okay. Okay. Okay.
I think we're also on YouTube. All right. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay in getting started, but it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to Bike, which is a one-day event where people who have an interest or are contributing to computing education at the school level have come together to engage in various deliberations. And it's an absolute pleasure to get this started with a talk by Professor Sridhar Iyer, who joins us all the way from Bombay. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and coming over. He's basically the epicenter of computing education research in India. I will not say much more and not eat further into your time, but it's all yours. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible in the room as well as online. Feel free to send a chat message on the online if you can't hear me or if there are some queries. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is to tell you a story. Basically, that's the idea of today's session, right? Just after breakfast. So it's good to have a story. So what's the story about? So before I start, I'll just give you a little bit of introduction. So I'm in the education technology department at IIT Bombay. Before that, I was in the computer science department for about 15 years. So this is a 13-year-old program now. We have about 6 faculty, 44 students, 20 of whom have graduated, an MTech program. And like any standard department, we have research, development, and various outreach projects. Okay. And this is the website, et.iitb.ac.in. So you can go there to get more information about what we do. We work with colleges as well as with schools. Okay, so with that much of an introduction, let's look at one scenario, where computing is everywhere. I hope the audio plays.
Akash, keep the umbrella with you in case if it rains. No.
No, we'll just ditch it. Okay. No, it's okay. It's all right. We'll just ditch it. Okay.
Akash, keep the umbrella with you.
Okay, so let's avoid the audio feedback. So essentially what's happening here is this boy is trying to go to school and mom is saying take an umbrella and he says it doesn't matter, and when he's back he's all wet. Okay.
Akash,
And in the second scenario, again the mom is saying take an umbrella, and now the boy is Alexa, what's the weather today? And getting to hear that it is going to rain, and he takes an umbrella and right. So basically it's an instance of computing in everyday life. Okay, so how all does computing affect us? Okay, so now let me just do a quick show of hands, or an online folks can just put their responses in the chat, right? So we all have opinions on how much computing should be taught in schools, right? All of us have opinions on that. So I just want to know what's your opinion. Which of these do you subscribe to? Yeah, I'll just take a look at what's happening in the online. Okay, I see a 3 online, 3 here, 4 here. Okay, anybody from this side? 4, 4, 3, 4, right? Online I'm seeing 2, 1 and 3. How can it be 1 and 3? Okay, so there is 1, there's 2 and 3. Okay, maybe, yeah. So a large number of people are saying 3, right? And so there is really no single correct answer here. It depends upon what your school's policy is, and like I would, for example, try to say that it's somewhere between 2, 3 and 4, somewhere between 3 and 4. You might say that, look, everybody should be able to understand how the basic tools work. But then again, there is no single opinion on this, which is why we have so much of variety of textbooks and variety of resources to teach computing in schools. Okay. So now, why do I think that it is somewhere between 3 and 4 is that, okay, so I'll do a few examples of computational thinking followed by some approach to teaching learning of this computing, and then I'll wrap up by telling you the story of Computer Masti. Okay. So why do I think that it is useful is that there is value of computational thinking for everyone. So many of you may be familiar with this diagram which says that, look, there is computational thinking has all these concepts, it goes beyond programming, and it's the problem solving process that we all use, which includes concepts such as loops, or iteration that we understand, followed by practices such as problem decomposition and perspectives such as computational empowerment, or what we say as everyday computational thinking, where you see computational thinking in real life and so on, right? So there is value for, even if everybody does not want to become a programmer, there is value for people to use computational thinking in their lives. So to give you one reference, so there is this book called Computational Thinking Education, and I have a chapter in that which talks about teaching learning of computational thinking in schools in India. So I'm not going to go into the formal definition of computational thinking and what are the various schools of thought and so on. I'll just go on to examples. So Computer Masti is a series of books that we wrote almost more than a decade ago, and I'll show some examples from these books. Okay, so in these books, what we do is we address various aspects of computational thinking, like, for example, problem solving, which includes algorithmic thinking, logical reasoning, decision making, and so on. And then there is logical data handling, which talks about gathering and organizing data, analyzing and synthesizing information, and also talk about aspects of multiple representations of data. So what you will notice here is that I have not uttered the word programming yet. Okay, so this is still, there's a lot of computational thinking that we can include, and perhaps it's desirable to include without getting into the programming aspect yet. So here are some examples. Okay, so if we talk about stepwise thinking in grade 3, okay, so this is the basis of all programming, right? To be able to think in a stepwise and logical manner, and can introduce it at grade 3 by saying that, okay, let's plan a picnic to the water park. So the books are organized in this way of, there is a facilitator. So this mouse that you see is the facilitator, and there are two children, Tejas and Jyoti, who grow up along with the rest of the school kids, and they are the ones who are learning this subject by interaction with Moz. So what Moz does is takes the role of a facilitator or a teacher in the classroom who does not give direct answers but encourages children to discover the answers for themselves. That's the basic pedagogy in the books. So what they discover is that every activity has a sequence of steps that need to be followed. This is in grade 3, and Then they say that, look, first we need to list the main steps of the activity, and then once we have listed what are the main broad steps of the activity, then we can get into the details of each step. Like, for example, I want to make an announcement, then the details might be to create a flyer and so on and so forth, right? So this basically forms the basis of most of our problem solving process. For a lot of our problem solving takes this approach, and it can be introduced in schools very early. So how this plays out as we go along is like, from grade 3 it goes to grade 4, grade 5. So I'm not going to go into the details of this. So it basically spirals up and keeps getting more and more complex as we go up the grades, and that's about all I'm going to say there. Okay, so now when you say that, okay, I've learned how to do thinking in a stepwise manner, now I also would like to learn programming. I would like to move to learning to manipulate or learning to control a computer. Okay, so again, what we can do is we can take a scenario which children are familiar with and teach them to write a program. So in this case, in Computer Masti, what we do is we use Scratch, and this is again a grade 3 program. So we say, okay, this is the basic way in which you can control the computer to make it do what you want. Okay, so students not only learn the basic idea of stepwise thinking, organized work, but also they learn that, look, it's not something that I only consume, it's also something I can create programs, I can control programs. So by the time they come to grade 5, they are pretty good at creating games, etc. in Scratch. Okay. So if we continue along these lines, so we can see many examples of how can we apply computational thinking in various projects. For example, one of the projects that we show is setting up a home aquarium. So now in this case, what is required is for students to be able to distinguish, what they know, what they don't know, and then to be able to gather information, to be able to do a pros and cons analysis, and then to do decision making. So all of these are topics that can be learned at grade 5 level through, once again, non-programming context. So the steps here that they learn are, identify what is it that we want to do, and then gather and consolidate the information, identify constraints, use logical thinking. So essentially what is happening here is that they're building up on what they've learned in grade 3 and grade 4. So in grade 3, they learned the basics of stepwise thinking. In grade 4, they learned logical thinking. And then in grade 5, they're applying both of those to do this kind of decision making. So this is one example. Another example is in grade 6 when they are, let's say, creating presentations. So when they're creating presentations, once again, the idea is that they revisit their basic, what they've learned earlier in terms of doing the main steps followed by the detailed steps. So they first create an outline for the presentation before they go on to working with the tool. Okay. So, we have some, easy to remember type of acronyms here for the different stages of creating a presentation. So there is the notion of first planning your presentation, followed by executing, and then followed by, adding visual effects and so on. So which we call as the impress stage. So quite often people focus more on the impress stage rather than on the content stage, right? Okay. Okay, so that was about the books, and that's all I'm going to say. So in the primary school, we have various types of topics which are connected to each other. Stepwise thinking, which is then followed by introduction to Scratch. Okay. And I must tell you at this point that these books were written before computational thinking became a buzzword. Okay, so at that time it was a hard task to convince schools that a chapter called Stepwise Thinking makes sense. Okay, so this was in 2009. So, and we would go to schools and say that, hey, look, we've written these textbooks and can you adopt them? And schools would say, yeah, humko sirf programming chahiye. Okay, so they would say, can you remove this lesson and then give us the basic programming chapters. Okay, so we've come a long way from there, and now today schools do recognize the need for more computational thinking or more systematic thinking chapters in their books. Okay, so at the secondary school level, again at book 8, if you look at, so there are multiple things like there are activities for innovation and creativity, and then there are data analytics, of course, everybody is keen on doing these days, and a lot of it can be done just using a spreadsheet. So getting children used to the basics of many of our today's tools is kind of what the goal of these books are. Okay, so that was part one, a very quick introduction to computational thinking through examples. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about teaching and learning of these computing in schools, right? So let's look at an example. So let's say for the topic of teaching presentations, right? Teacher A is showing his students the various features of a presentation and lets them do practice in the lab. Okay, this is the typical model that we see pretty much everywhere. Okay, teacher B is a little different, and what she is doing is she is saying, okay, let's not go to the lab yet, let's do the planning of the presentation of contents, show some key features of the software, and lets her students explore the software on her own in the lab. Okay, so these are the two cases that we are comparing with. So now the question for you is, which teacher students are likely to create effective presentations? Okay, so I'll give you a moment to look at while I look at what's happening on the chat window. Okay, I'm seeing. Okay, what am I hearing in the here? B, A, anybody for A? Okay, so I see, is there an 8.5? I'll come to that. Okay, so okay, so Vaishnavi is saying that the answer is B, but A is what usually happens in schools. Okay, so actually that's the point, right? I mean, A is what usually happens. When we know, it's quite obvious that teacher B's students are going to do better presentations. Why do we continue doing A? Maybe there is an 8.5 where you first do the planning, and due to whatever constraints you then let them learn the features. So it could be. But the point is, even if we can't do B all the way, what we should not do is only A in schools, right? So the key point here to note, I mean, it's fairly obvious to us as adults, but somehow we miss it when we are teaching it, right? Simply being able to use the features of a software does not lead to creating effective presentations. Learners need to be able to communicate their ideas effectively. So the key is the communication, the purpose for which the software is built, and not learning the software itself. Yeah. So the question,
of a presentation is to communicate, which is what I would say creative writing. When teaching children how to write, but it's a very difficult thing to teach creative writing. I've never done it.
okay, so the question in the room is that, is this related to teaching of creative writing? So, see, if we talk about again creative writing tools, maybe. So our focus is on computing tools, right? So the point I'm making here is that it is not enough to learn just the tool, where to click on the tool, and thankfully nowadays these questions are not appearing in exams, right? But 10 years ago the questions used to appear, how many colors are there in Microsoft PowerPoint palette? Okay, I mean, what will you do with knowing the answer to that, right? So the idea here is to not simply learn the tool, but to learn the purpose for which the tool has been created, right? Yeah. So what we want to do, inculcate in our children, is not just computer literacy, but computer fluency. Yeah.
Malicious classification is something very significant, right? Because you talk about something motivational stuff like problems.
Maybe let me see if this mic works so that I don't have to repeat what you're saying.
I can speak.
No, for the online guys. Okay, I don't think it's on. Maybe why don't you use my mic?
No, I can
Yeah, go
make
ahead.
it quick, yeah. I think Manish is getting at something very important here, which is earlier we stated goals like problem solving, and that is also something that all literacy forms try to do, right? Essay writing is an act of problem solving. And so what insights we can gain from there are also relevant here because it is a somewhat literary form. It is a problem solving form. And I'm curious what you take away from all those other areas of problem solving for designing your problem solving methods.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a question really, right? I mean, it's a comment more of. So it's not like there is something which we are.
What are those methods are you using?
Yeah, so if we look at what are these methods that we are using for teaching, I think pretty much we are. No, I'm no expert on those creative writing methods, so I don't think we are using anything specific from there. I mean, pretty much we are sticking to the computational thinking aspects of being able to plan your presentation using some main steps and the detail steps. That's pretty much what we are doing in the Computer Masti books here. Okay, so moving on. So the key point here is that we want to inculcate computer fluency and not just computer literacy, right? And what does this mean? So literacy is the knowledge and ability to use computers and technologies, while fluency is an understanding of what is needed to use them as well as their purpose, right? So how can we use, for what purposes does the use of PowerPoint make sense? Like even at a master's level, you might find that you have to educate students on when to use a doc versus when to use a PowerPoint format versus when to use a spreadsheet, right? I mean, when you're, for example, when you're doing a lit survey of what are the various products out there which are doing the same task, often people use a doc rather than a spreadsheet. Okay, so that's the idea of computer fluency. And why is this important? Why is it important for us to focus on fluency rather than on literacy? Yeah, anybody online? I think it's easier for the online guys to type something into the chat, right? It's more anonymous.
I think that when we talk about literacy and fluency, it's kind of similar to how we talk about
Okay.
languages, right? You often have
All
students
right.
who
So,
have same.
okay. So I don't see any response online strangely for this one. So fluency is important for basically two reasons, right? One is that the software keeps changing. And if we focus on trying to teach them one version of the software, a few years down the line, that version is obsolete. And it's important for them to be able to pick it up on their own. And the second one is that, again, this understanding of the purpose, how to use it for the purpose effectively, that's important. Okay. The second point that I want to make is this, that we need to focus on what are called thinking skills rather than just on content learning. Okay, so by content learning, I mean learning of a particular, let's say even a programming language. Okay, whereas how to write an algorithm meaningfully is what I would call as a thinking skill. So thinking skills are basic methods and processes that human beings use for making sense of complex situations as well as solving problems. And there are many thinking skills which can be developed through the subject of computers, like computational thinking is just one of them. You have 21st century skills, which includes all these creativity, communication, and there are those 4 C's of 21st century skills, problem solving, information gathering, synthesis, and so on. So here again, if we ask the question, why are these thinking skills important? Why are they important? Yeah, it can scale, or what she's saying is it can scale it to any other scenarios, or in other words, they can be transferred from one scenario to another, right? You learn, no, you don't agree?
No.
Maybe we'll take it up.
Common all of education.
Yeah. But that's the whole idea. We need to be able to transfer. Okay, so we'll take it up at the end. So if we enter into the debate now, it'll kind of sidetrack the whole thing. So I'll come back to that. Okay. Okay. So what we are saying is the next question now is how do we teach these skills, right? So how do we teach computer usage skills? So one way of teaching is the teacher A method, where we open the tool and we say, okay, we need to, this is the way you use the software and this is what you do and so on. Okay. What is another way? So another way is to first identify what is the task associated with the tool, right? And we try to train students on how to do the task. For example, essay writing is a task associated with the WordPress tool. And what we want to do is to give them sufficient practice for carrying out the task, not simply for using the tool. Okay, so the practice would be that, ensure that learners can apply the concepts involved in writing an essay and organizing information. Then once they have done this sufficiently, that's when we say that, okay, now let's try to integrate carrying out this task along with the use of technology features. That's when we get learners to work with the features of formatting and fonts in the context of writing their essay. And finally, what we want to do is we want to emphasize some best practices, right, of font usage and how do you use the technology meaningfully. You don't have too many colors in the same page and so on and so forth, right? So how do we maintain this balance between use of fonts and readability? So this is basically the teacher B method of teaching computer usage skills, and it's not a very hard one to implement in your class. Okay, now similarly, if we ask this question of how to teach thinking skill, right? So once again, the thing to do might be to identify what are the skills that are aligned with the topic that you're teaching. Okay, so let's say you're teaching a topic of, let's say that doing a project on setting up an aquarium, okay, or some kind of a activity. So what one can do is identify that, okay, through this activity, what are the skills that I can teach? And okay, so in this case, project planning, synthesis, and representations are aligned with the topic of creating presentations. And just like we did earlier, what we can do is to first give practice on using the skill without going to the technology. So we give explicit practice for the thinking skill in familiar scenarios, like ensure that learners can apply these skills for planning a vacation, for writing a story, for conducting a survey, and so on. And then integrate the application of the thinking skill into the topic, right? So get them to apply the thinking skill explicitly while creating presentations using the features of the app. So once again, what you see here, and finally, I think the last one is emphasize the transferability of the thinking skills and get learners to reflect on applying these thinking skills across diverse scenarios. Okay, so once again, this process emphasizes that, let's focus on the core of what we want the student to learn rather than on the technology. Do you have a comment? Okay. All right. So what's the takeaway from this part is that, we want to focus on developing computer fluency, not just computer literacy, and emphasis should be on the concepts required to perform the task rather than the usage of specific tools. And the second one is that we want to develop the thinking process skills of students and not just mastery of the content. Emphasis should be on the skills required to perform the task rather than to again simply use an app or some tool. Okay, so let me just summarize about Computer Masti here before I move on to the next part. So basically what the Computer Masti curriculum does is, it emphasizes these various aspects of developing fluency and not just literacy, developing skills, thinking skills and not just the content. It also has this component of highlighting how all the topics are interconnected. So there is a notion of a thematic integration, and there's a notion of a spiral curriculum where the topics in the higher grades build on the topics in the lower grades. Okay. And the teaching pedagogy that is followed in Computer Masti is kind of a guided discovery approach along with some inquiry based learning. And often this is situated in real life context. And of course, there is the aspect of playfulness where we introduce some characters and so on. Okay. So now I think in the remaining 10 minutes or so, I'll tell you the story of Computer Masti. How did this come to be? Okay. So a quick high level overview is that it's a decade long project, and from 2003 to 2013 it took us to write the curriculum, followed by writing of the books from 2008 to 2013, and then from 2009 to 2017 I was part of the implementation, and in 17 it was transferred to an industry which kind of took it on ahead. Okay. So what are my roles in this? Okay, so I played a whole number of roles in Computer Masti, starting from being a parent. Okay, so that's where it started. So when my son was about to go to first standard, so I took a look at the computer books that were there in those days, right, which is about 2005 or so, 5 or 6 or something. So, and I was appalled because they were all filled with screenshots of various tools. And one of the things that I thought is that, being in the CS department, the least I should do is to make sure that my kid does not learn from these textbooks. Okay. I'm sorry? Grade 1 computings. Yeah. In those days. Yeah. 2006 or so. So that was my primary motivation to start this project. I said, okay, so, and being a faculty at IIT, I thought, okay, let me write the curriculum. That was the first step. So said, okay, we'll write a curriculum, and then one thing led to another. From curriculum, I had to write the books and then do some teacher training and so on, going on to become actually setting up my own company and then selling it off. So how did this happen? So what we find here is this is a very typical route for any type of educational transformation that we want to attempt. Okay, so we start with saying that, look, what is there is not good enough, I need to do something different. Okay? So we say that, there's a lack of books that go beyond computer usage skills, and so we wrote this curriculum. So the curriculum was basically all about saying that, what should be taught at which grade level, articulating why it should be taught, saying how it should be taught, all of that. Okay. And having done that, I thought my job was done. After all, I was a prof, and I thought, okay, I have written the curriculum and that's it. So it turns out the job is not done if you stop with writing the curriculum. Why? This is a step before adoption. Okay. So the curriculum is not something which a teacher can transact in a class. I mean, it's just a framework for the teacher. So the teacher needs content. Okay. So that's what we discovered. So we did the curriculum. I said, oh, we can't stop here. There is a challenge, which is that teachers needs books to use in their classroom. Okay. They're really not concerned with the beautiful argument that you have given about why a particular topic should be taught. If it's in the book, it should be taught. Right? So that is often the case. So you have to create textbooks. Okay, and that was actually it was a huge project, and I was very lucky to have a team of people, including Kaumudi here, who was the illustrator of those books, and go ahead with creating those books. And yeah, it was a huge project. It took us, I think, 6 years, right? It took us about 6 years to create all the books from grade 1 to 8. And yeah, all these books are released under Creative Commons. Okay. So now at this point I thought, okay, I am done. I have created the books, the curriculum is done, the books are done, and now people will adopt. So what's the problem here? People don't adopt it, right? I mean, what's the point? I mean, there is this statistics, right? Okay, whatever, some 1 million downloads from 100 countries. What does that number mean? It means nothing. Okay, so what you want is to see people actually adopting. Okay, people download doesn't mean anything. So what's the stumbling block here? The stumbling block here is that teachers need training to use them in their classroom. Okay, it's not enough to simply write a new textbook. Okay, you wrote a new textbook which follows a radically different idea, but then there have to be teachers who can transact using that idea. Okay, so teacher training became a very big thing. So we had to train a lot of teachers for using these books, and teachers had to be, buy-in of teachers had to be got to say that, look, all these stepwise thinking, all of these things make sense. Okay, and eventually I realized that it can't be done as a faculty in a educational institution. If you want to do teacher training on such a large scale, it's necessary to create an entity which does that as its primary job. Okay, so that's when I created a company called Inopen for implementing CS in schools. Okay, so it reached kind of 300 schools or so. And at some point, we said that, look, we've done enough of this game and we need to get out of it. Okay, so there's a lot of interesting things that happened, a lot of interesting learning that happened along the way of implementing computers in schools through this company Inopen. Like, for example, one very interesting thing we discovered, okay, a lot of schools don't pay. Okay, I don't know if you are familiar with it, maybe your management might be familiar with it. A lot of schools, they'll take your books in the beginning of the academic year and they'll say, okay, hum ek saath paisa nahi denge, we'll do an installment plan. Okay, and since you're a startup and you're a small company, there's not much you can do about it. You say, okay, I mean, at least you got one more customer. So that's the way you're looking at it, and you give them the books. And then once they have the books and they've had the initial training, they say, okay, we'll pay you. And a lot of such things we keep carrying forward in our books. So, and you don't get the payment in 2 years. Okay, so these are a lot of practical issues of working in the field. Okay, so this is one thing. The other aspects are, there are a lot of regulatory aspects to be taken care of. A lot of, approvals to be got before you can start operating. So basically at some point what we decided was, look, I mean, I don't want to be, you have to learn a lot of accounting. You have to manage investor expectations, right? So we had an institutional investor, right? Yeah, we had an institutional investor, and this investor would every so often start talking to me about ROI. Okay, so ROI is return on investment. Okay, so at some point I lost it. I said, look, the ROI is in the next generation. You are not going to see any ROI right now. Okay, it's when these kids who are using these books grow up and they become intelligent individuals, that's when the ROI you'll see. But they don't buy that argument. Okay, so for them ROI is X. So there is this X, I need a 3X, I need a 5X, I need a 10X of whatever money I have invested in your company. Okay, so these are all a lot of interesting learnings happened along this way. And then when we went into implementation, now even with a large company, so Next Education was a large company, okay, which was already there in 10,000 schools. And now here again, we found a lot of challenges, right? So what are the challenges here? Once again, you have to educate administrators, you have to educate teachers. Why? Because these books are priced at 200 rupees and I can get that other book for 80 rupees. Okay, so the cost becomes a big differentiator. Okay, so why should I go for this book? So as far as many administrators are concerned, koi to book chalna chahiye mere school mein. Okay, that is the way they think of it. I just need a computer book running in my school. I don't need the best book. So that becomes a challenge. Then there are issues of moving from separation of theory and lab to an integrated approach. So this is where a lot of my going from entrepreneur to a consultant activity happened. And here again, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Like Computer Masti books, the ones that are up on my website, are more or less obsolete today. Okay, because it's been a while. It's been almost 8 years since we released them into public, and in 8 years, a lot of things change in computing. Okay, so the tools, like I think some of the software that we have mentioned in it no longer exists, right? So, but then a lot of the concepts continue to hold. So now I went to this company and I say, look, we need to upgrade these books. Okay, what's the problem there? Yes, so there is one problem. They've already printed these books that are sitting in the warehouse, because when you print 10,000 copies of a book, the price per book comes down, printing price per book comes down to 40 rupees, and you're then selling the book at 200 rupees. Okay, so that is one constraint. So they have to print in bulk. Okay, the second constraint is that, which is the one that I was not prepared for, which is the one that there is no business case for upgradation. Okay, imagine this. So there is a pedagogical case. The only business case they have is to do a cosmetic upgrade, to say that, okay, that monitor that you are showing in your book is now replaced with a laptop. Okay, that cosmetic upgrade is the only one for which a company is willing to invest, because there is no business case. There is no, doing an upgrade of the books is a lot of investment. And once again, the question is, am I going to get enough business for that investment? Okay, so a lot of these upgrades came back to the lab, and we had to do things like upgradation. Like, for example, one of my students currently, she is working on this problem of what's called making computational thinking more authentic, So giving everyday problems to learners, like write a program to switch on the bulb when it is starting to get dark, or write a program to save the battery of your device when it gets to low battery, and helping them learn programming through simple natural language interface and be able to actually see the outcome of these settings, right? So these are things that I would like to see in the Computer Masti of today. But unfortunately, there is no business case for upgrading the books yet. So maybe a year or so down the line, the pressure might be sufficient to do that. Okay, so I'll close with this one video. Okay, so this does not have any audio. So this is the interface for authenticity, which is very natural interface of selecting a trigger for starting the program. So if my battery drops below something, then what I want to do is to turn off the Bluetooth and then receive notification when that runs. And that's basically the program which the child can write, and the child can now feel in control of the device, and I am learning some computing. Okay, so that's, I think, it. Okay, yeah, maybe let me just see. Yeah, so that's it. So I'll be putting up this presentation, and similar ones are there on my website. Okay, so yeah, you have the mic. Yeah. Yeah. So online folks, feel free to put any questions that you have in the chat. So let me take the first one, because it's a simple one. Okay, are Computer Masti books available in vernacular languages? Because I see the downloadable version is in English. So the answer to that is yes, but you have to write to this Next Education company to get them. So all the translation, so my deal with them was that the basic books that we wrote as IIT Bombay team will continue to be in Creative Commons and free for download. All derivatives are company property. Okay, he had a question. No, as I see, I will take. So far, I don't see any other questions.
There's probably a comment about CS curriculum for vocational education. I'm not sure if there's a question, but yeah.
Sorry?
There's a comment about CS curriculum for vocational education, but I don't know if that's a comment or a question.
Yeah, curriculum in CS needs to be alive and breathing. At the same time, it's required for various audience. For example, CS curriculum for vocational education. Yeah, I agree, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah.
So one of the key things for me was one slide on thinking skills. You can go a little up.
Yeah. Now we can go to the debate on transfer.
No, yeah, I mean specifically not that one. If you can go a little bit up, just one before that. Yeah, somewhere here.
This one? How to teach thinking skills, that one?
Next, yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this for me is the most critical thing, and I don't know, what are your thoughts other than this? And this is where I relate it to, you mentioned writing presentations, and it's a little bit context I want to give. I mean, there's this book called Slidology,
Okay.
which Nancy somebody, and it's how do you make effective presentation? Right? I mean, she has written a book.
Okay.
People can do presentations whichever way, and I see she has some very interesting pointers of how to communicate or whatever. And I think something similar, and I want to use this example for what I mean by teaching computer skill, thinking skills or CT skills, is we do this exercise where we sort of tell our teachers, you add two numbers and subtract and multiply. You always start from the units and go towards the tens and hundreds and thousands.
Okay.
And when you do division, you go the other way.
Okay.
Can we also do division the same way?
Okay.
The way we do addition and subtraction. And it turns out, and I don't know how to do this, but I'm saying for me, the thinking skill would be to sort of convey somehow, look, when you do division the way you've been taught long division in grade 3, you don't actually care about how long your number is, right? I mean, you start, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right.
You don't care about the 9th or 10th or whatever. Agar 1 hai, to pehle 1 ko hi dekhenge. Then 2, we don't care about how big it is. Whereas if you do it from the other side, you might have to sort of look at, अच्छा, अभी ये 6 है, तो ये 10 वाला है, ये unit वाला है. ये सब आपको करना पड़ेगा because.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to sort of come at is how, I mean, how is it, how would it, I'm sort of trying to learn from you that is what is this, this ability to sort of understand, प्रोसेस तो आपने बता दिया कि आपसे ऐसे डिवाइड करते हैं, पर उसके पीछे क्या प्रक्रियाएं चल रही हैं जो कि कोई पूछता नहीं है या उसके बारे में चर्चा नहीं होती है, वो अगर हमारे बच्चे ढूंढ पाए, सोच पाए, उसको मैं थोड़ा सा थिंकिंग स्किल समझता हूं. आई कुड बी रॉन्ग एंड आई एम थिंकिंग आपके दिमाग में अगर कुछ है तो आप शेयर कर पाएंगे तो.
Okay. So for the division example, I don't know what the thinking skill is there behind the procedure. Okay, so that's a procedural action. But if you take, let's say, a word problem, okay, where now the child has to figure out where is the addition that I need to do, where is the multiplication that I need to do. No, so to be able to comprehend a word problem is a thinking skill. Okay, to be able to do division is a procedural skill. Okay, that's the way I am thinking of as the two differences. So procedural skill, I don't know if, I think the standard ways of teaching should suffice. Yeah. Can we get the mic?
Keep it light.
Yes, somebody online is saying thinking skills mostly manifest in real world problems. Yes, okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I understand is this book focuses on both the tools as well as the logical thinking that goes behind it, which is quite a balanced curriculum. But coming back to the practicality, when I see the classroom, we all know we have constraint of time. So I would like to encourage definitely high order and critical thinking in kids. But as a teacher, I would like to follow reverse engineering here and would like to know how this is being encouraged through textual exercise. We come back where we follow a textual exercise in classroom. So what kind of questions are being put? Do they still follow simple what questions, or do we have questions which are open-minded and encourage high-order thinking in students right from grade 1? Because there is where the journey of thought process goes behind.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. And I don't have example right now on this machine, but if you go to the website and look at the books, there's an entire section after each chapter called worksheets. And these worksheets are all on higher order thinking. So I don't think we have a single question in Computer Masti which is a recall type of question. Okay, so they are all about applying what you have learned in order to go further. So I think all the worksheets will be usable directly in class, even if you don't want to go to the lab at all. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah, time constraints are always there. Again, that's something from the online.
The books that are available on the net are having the upgraded syllabus.
Upgraded syllabus means what?
That you were talking about something that some modifications in the books are done, some related to the new trends, new technologies.
So there are two things here. One is the syllabus defined by the board, right? So that the board right now, I mean, when we had written, we had been looking at the ICSE board, and it gave a lot of flexibility to define what you want to do in each of the grades, as long as you are able to reach the main whatever they've defined at 9th and 10th appropriately, right? So in terms of what is there on the website freely available is the original versions that we have written. So you will not, I don't think you will find a laptop in that in those books. You will still find the monitors, maybe one or two. Maybe one iPad or so. So they are the designers. So he is Samir Sahasrabudhe, who is a faculty here. He is the designer of the textbook, and she is Kaumudi Sahasrabudhe, who is the illustrator of the book. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just curious, Sridhar, would there be, I mean, this is amazing that the books that you've done, I mean, the best part is that it came out, right? I mean, you came out, it's sitting on the web, and you can always revise. I'm just curious, would there not be students in Bombay who would be keen to take this as a project? You're saying you have to talk to Next, and they're saying we will not invest. I'm just wondering if that is not the case, and I mean, I'm also saying this for our work also. How would we, is there a way that we can get some of our student body engaged to do something that is such a large impact? Imagine you're writing in 2016 2 lakh children and this and that or whatever. Thoughts on?
Yeah, so it is possible. See, I mean, okay, so one learning from this entire thing for me was that don't create a private limited company. Okay, so the thing to do is to create a not-for-profit. If you create a not-for-profit, then all these things are possible, that you can take the help of more people to maybe even crowdsource creation. Like for example, translations, as long as we had not created the company, we could do translations in a crowdsourced manner. Somebody is in Karnataka is translating it into Kannada. I mean, I've even got requests from abroad saying that, okay, I want to translate it into Russian and so on and so forth. Okay, but the moment you create a private limited company, the book becomes the property of the company. Okay, so even if it is my own company, I have to be very careful on how I am utilizing Creative Commons resources. Okay. So if it is a not-for-profit, then it's much easier to do because the people who are contributing to it it's easier for them to contribute.
So you're saying the books that are on the internet, tomorrow if I want to download and I want to upgrade, I cannot?
No, the ones that are there on my webpage, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I
There
can
is
make
no
a version
constraint.
2 and put it back on give it to you whether you want to
Yeah,
do it or
there is
not.
no constraint. So you are free to do that. See, I can't do it because I've already given it off to Next Education. So if I do it, so then whatever I do should also go into Next Education. That was it's a slightly involved point of transferring the rights to the company. So if I had created a not-for-profit, then I could have continued working. So I don't have any student who works on Computer Masti. I don't know. I mean, I could not do it. I don't know. So
I think the issue may be more that you had see investors rather than the nature of the company.
okay, maybe yeah.
You had investors who were sort of bargaining at you and you had to satisfy them, whereas if you hadn't had seed investors, then you sort of bootstrap your company.
So I think one way to do is to go this not-for-profit route where instead of an investor, you find some HNI who will give you a donation to get started and get going, right? Okay. All right. Let me just quickly check on the online. Okay, so Gopal Bhatt is asking, can anybody collaborate and contribute to this project? Is there any SOP to apply? So again, the answer is that, feel free to take it and go ahead and write to me and I'll see to what extent I can participate and help. Okay. Now, Neela, if there's time, do you want to take this debate with Sriram on transfer of thinking skills? Okay, so let's go for that question. So what was your question again about transfer?
I guess I'm trying to understand what transfer you see and how you accomplish it and how you evaluate it. Just the simple basic questions, that's all.
Okay, so what transfer you see? See, the transfer, so at least what we are saying is that we want students to be able to recognize that two systems are similar at an abstract level. Okay, so our goal is recognition of similar patterns that apply in two different tasks. Okay, and the way we accomplish it is by making the students reflect. Saying, for example, if you are doing, let's say, planning a vacation, yeah, and then you are saying, okay, now I have to plan a presentation. Then you ask the student to reflect that, look, what is it that you have done? What are the main things? So in both cases,
What is the skill there? Is the skill the high level idea of planning or is it the low level of particular sequence of tasks that you are planning on?
the skill a high level idea of planning or a particular sequence of tasks that you're doing. So it's not at that high level as just simply saying planning. Okay. So if you say, so there is a sequence of steps in performing activity A, there is a similar sequence of steps in performing activity B. So recognizing that similarity is what we are referring to as transfer. Okay. Done?
You said you tell the students to do it, but you're not talking directly to the students, right?
Yeah, so we ask them to reflect. So basically the process is one of reflection.
How do you know that it's happening?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's happening. So well, I can infer by giving them a different test and seeing in the worksheet, are they able to do that worksheet? Yeah, so at that level I can know. So yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Sridhar. That was it's a really nice start to the day. There have been some minor changes to the schedule. What we are going to do now is, instead of immediately breaking for coffee, I'd like to welcome Jyoti to tell us about the KGPB project and related things. And then we'll do the coffee break around 11:30 and then come back for the rest of CCL's presentation. And the CS Pathshala presentations will happen right after lunch.
आपको कलरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं चाहिए, सिर्फ प्रेजेंटेशन।
All right. I would not mind the pointer. Thank you. I will come back and figure that out. Okay, so if you've ever used Wikipedia, you know that if you click on anything, you eventually get back to philosophy. In the same way, this is not connected to bike at all. I'm just pretending it is. We're going to talk about mathematics, or at least introducing mathematics to middle schoolers in a very particular context. And I'm not even going to attempt an overview. It's a giant program. I'm going to give you a small snippet and hopefully ask for suggestions and improvements at the end of this. So let me tell you what's going on. I did have a pointer, didn't I? Yeah, it's not going to work. All right. So KGB schools were started in 2004 as government interventions to keep girls in school. So these are kids who either don't have parents or dropped out of the school system for some reason. They're in all the states of India, but we've been working primarily with 3 of them, hopefully soon, because a nice thing about this modality is it scales quite well. So, thanks, Neil. Yeah, it's all right. No, this is giving me a pointer, is it? It is wonderful. All right, wonderful. Oh dear, I'm going the wrong way. All right, so we're doing this in 3 districts of India, or 3 states of India. A large number of schools, there's about 100 kids in each school. The kids are broadly between the 6th and 8th grade. And many of them come in with perhaps not even the requisite, like, you know, the expectation that they've done 4th grade may not be a completely valid assumption. All right, so what are the constraints? Well, clearly it's in a specific socioeconomic context. So there's kids who, first generation learners often, this obvious practical difficulties like, you know, shared devices, tiny space. Not have science or math teachers. So, and then the issue of language. I mean, India, we all know, everybody speaks a different language. Even if you're speaking Hindi, there are dialects of Hindi. If you're speaking Gujarati, there are dialects of Gujarati. Kids don't have access to anything, so you can't presume that they have any material in the classroom. And then large classes. So what I'm pointing at here is one class of one of the several KGBVs, right? And there are, you know, so to try to teach in this context, it's not like you can walk over to someone and ask, does this make sense? So it's an intervention with a lot of constraints. Okay, so then how do you even frame a purpose in a situation, in a context like this? What is our purpose? So at this moment, we think that perhaps getting them to ask questions, to share their work, and showing them how we think through things. So the idea that it is feasible to think through things from the ground up, get them to start fiddling around with stuff, building stuff, playing games. So doing this both with material and with thinking. And just to see that we have fun doing this, and hopefully it's something that some parts of which can be fun for them as well. All right, so how do you go about this intervention then? Okay, so we've got this hugely constrained giant problem, and the way we've been doing it is we meet them weekly live. We teach, and right now we do 3 sessions a week, one in Hindi, one in Gujarati, and for Telangana in English. These aren't, as I said, there are dialect issues. Maybe in Telangana, we visited parts of Hyderabad where it turns out that they're more comfortable with Hindi than English. So this intervention does come with some challenges. However, it's not a story of, it's actually quite a happy story, I think. And let me present to you why I think so. All right. So then again, this is how we go, the logistics of how we go about it. We also decided that, look, we're not classroom teachers. We don't have that luxury. So we try to have things that are very hands-on. We do attempt our version of curriculum coverage. So we try to ask ourselves, what are the expectations of a middle school curriculum? Well, that's the teacher. The kid is actually hands-on. Well, yeah, okay. So just trying to sidetrack this conversation with others' hands or legs were really good. Those are feet, those are neither. But anyway, so can I get that to play, do you think? Okay, so I could come back to this, but I'm trying to cram a lot of knowledge into this, a lot of information into this. This is a kid who's just been introduced to the notion of congruence, attempting to show that she knows what congruence is. I'm going to come back and tell you that this made us rethink the whole program, because it felt to us as if, yes, she's doing everything we told her to, but we're not sure this entirely made sense. Okay, so in this video, there was no sound. She made 2 exact identical copies of a triangle, placed them one on top of the other, and said, oh, look, these 2 things are congruent. All very well, nothing terrible there. So again, we'd like them to do stuff with us. I mean, we try to cover what curriculum we think is feasible. We expect them to do some homework, which I'll get into in a minute, at the end of this proceeding. What we do have is a lot of goodwill from the authorities. So far, administration, we have a teacher in the classroom, but we don't presume that this teacher has any prior knowledge. We treat them as if they're another child. So they work through all the activities with us, but they do provide other forms of support. If I could get this one to play, this is Neha, who's sitting here, who you can see somewhere there. So Neha and Aditi are doing a lot of this teaching. I don't have sound. Do I not have sound? All right, it's okay. So maybe what I will do is I'll share this video, and if you want to go back and look at it, you can. Let me tell you what's going on. Neha's asking them questions about what she sees. So this is a large group of people on Zoom. Somebody's turned a video on, someone's unmuted. She notices something about what they're doing and asks a question, to which the teacher and the children try to respond with what is going on in their mind. And it turns out that it's not quite what we had asked them to do, which is wonderful. So they are doing something. Okay, so I will, in the absence of the video, let me build a story. Okay, so what activities do we get them to do? Well, basically make something, play with it, go forth and try to modify it, experiment with it. The reason I'm showing specifically a science-based one here is to say that I'm focusing on a couple of sessions on mathematics. This is much broader. There's a lot of work done in science, but I'm not going to use them. I'm going to focus on 2 math sessions. Okay, so the first thing was Aditi teaches a session on symmetry. So she gets them to fold, she gets them to cut out paper dolls. I think she shows them a couple and then asks them, can you make for me, 5 kids holding hands? This is actually quite hard. But, so that's the kind of thing that happens in a session. There's something funny about my ordering here. But anyway, the same sort of thing. And then, am I going backward or forward? And another session where again she returns. So the idea is it's session by session. You sort of return to ideas they've seen before, try to get them to push it just a little bit more. So there's a theorem that essentially you can fold any shape that's made of straight lines and remove. We'll get you to experiment with this after I'm done talking. We'll actually do hands-on stuff. But this is actually, to show that it could be computer science if you so chose. But these kids do it. They think about symmetry, think about how to fold these things, start cutting stuff up. So this is session 2. The third session I would like to, before I talk about this third session, at the end of these sessions, so we lead them through some making, we get them to think about something, and then we leave them with some homework to do. The homework consists broadly of 3 parts. Some demographic information, who showed up, did you understand, which districts, who are you, sort of stuff. The second thing is some simple multiple choice stuff that if you've paid attention in class. And what I'd like to demonstrate is that it's not perfect, but a large number of schools. And of course, this is at the school level, so I can't tell you if individual children are responding, but we do get a large number of responses. And I didn't cherry pick a particularly accurate one. I just picked one. They're broadly paying attention because these questions. Yes. So no, each school makes one response. Yeah. So it's not that the whole group did, but it's a significant number of people seem to respond. Some of the time it's not that great. This, yeah. Google Forms. So that I think was based on some discussion that Aditi had in class. So it was an attention question. So it's something that was specific to the session conducted. And what was it? I can't read. Ek CD Rekha. Okay, one sec. I'll show the paper protractor.
So I think in the sessions we had, we were making a paper protractor, and while doing that we were doing many folds on a square paper.
Where do you get your wrong answers from? What do you learn from that?
That's a lovely question. I think we could do better. So we pick them so often we go with what could confuse. So if Aditi were to show us and somebody asks a question.
You're an expert blind spot. You have a PhD.
Sorry. Yeah, but not just, it's a whole group of people. It's a large lab. And I have plenty of blind spots. So it's, other than, not knowing when. Right, but yes, of course, we could be more intentional with how we pick this. Right now, there's no good answer. So one of the things we would love input on is making better questions. But we don't try to, so it's not one is obviously wrong. We try to pick things that do confuse us. For example, with the one that's coming up with. All right, and then the third aspect of homework is we tell them, if you can, send us pictures of what you've done. And we get these, so I don't remember how many we asked for, but they did every form of that they could think of. So there we get many of these where clearly they're attempting it. I don't want to make it seem as if it's perfect work. It's more important that they're actually doing stuff and they seem to understand what we're aiming for them to do. All right, so after all this talk on symmetry, paper folding, so you will notice that all of this is just paper-based because there is no material available. So in the classrooms we're teaching in, we can presume nothing, right? So after this, Neha, who's also sitting here, leads a session on making Diwali lamps. So in this context, what's happened is a template has gone out. All we really expect for them to do is to cut these shapes up, staple them together, and stick a light inside. Again, because we have low expectations, that's all we wanted them to do. All right, so we gave them the templates. And we got a lot in between. While talking about the polyhedra, there was a point where Aditi, this was Neha, so one of them did talk about how many of a shape can meet at a point and why you get these solid angles and something about symmetry and curvature. She did not use any of these words, but she talked broadly about, triangles meeting at a point. We got a lot of them making, sticking together multiple shapes and laying them flat and seeing when they curved in. I don't know if you showed them hyperbolics, but essentially they followed along and did some of the stuff that we'd shown them.
This is all where they are yet to get the stuff.
They have nothing. They have been given a printer, a PDF, which they are expected to print out, cut it out, and create this. You can see some, not perfect looking shapes, but they're wonderful. They're doing this just with ordinary paper. And then they send us all these pictures of, they've made themselves hats. They've made all these pretty looking lamps. Lots of excitement. Again, what percentage of the crowd is everyone taking away? We really don't know. We would love to know. But at this moment, all I can say is that it seems as if at least some proportion are paying attention. All right? Okay, so then, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to show you this either, but I don't think I need sound. All we wanted was that they would start speaking up, telling us what they were up to, sharing their work. All this does happen, but this particular example, it may be only 1 in 746, we don't know. But even if it is, I want to show it to you because it's kind of brilliant. So what happens here is they send us this picture. Nowhere had we talked about making tetrahedras except as a byproduct of this. They made these little tetrahedral lamps. We had not given them the templates to do this. So they used information from the prior session where we had taught them how to, single cut, remove shapes from a paper, made their own triangles, folded them into tetrahedra, made them into those lamps and sent us pictures. So now, is this at scale? Is this generalizable? Who knows? But I thought this was a beautiful example, so I thought I'd tell you about it. And I understand that these questions matter, that is this curriculum robust? Will this happen next year? But I still think we should take a minute to appreciate that I would be quite thrilled if my class here did this. Anyway. All right. Okay, so then occasionally, as I told you all the happy, rosy things, occasionally there are disasters where we think we've done this staged, we think we've walked them through everything. We taught them what an angle is, we made paper protractors, we taught them about congruence. Clearly now they should be able to talk to you about congruence in triangles. Maybe not, right? So then we tried asking them, if I give you just 3 angles, would you all make the same triangle? If I give you a single side and 2 angles, would you all make the same triangle? It went fine for a while, but after a while it really did seem as if they don't understand it the way we'd hoped. So then, back to the drawing board. They had developed some tools, got them to think about triangle inequality like stuff with dupattas. So often this curriculum is a lot of back and forth of feedback from the kids and then redoing curriculum. Yeah, and I think, interestingly, there have been many members of the team have visited schools, often unannounced, right? Consistently, we found that they actually are interested. They put together little corners. This is just one photograph, but I could show you several of where everything they've made has been collected into a corner. They've been putting together little books, and I really love this book because it's where Aditi talks to them about the difference between verification and proof, and they've actually written it out. It was in the context of angles meeting at a point, and I don't know, again, if we quiz them, would they pass? I don't know, but at least, yeah, okay, so then lots of open questions. We don't even know how to frame this into a research question. We don't know if it's a teacher predominantly doing the work. It seems a little unlikely that it's only the teacher because it's not like the teacher is in. These are contract teachers who basically stay with the kids and look after them. Though I did not say that these are residential schools and the teaching is usually in school. So I don't know, so it probably is not just the teachers, are all the kids doing it? We don't know. the material we're providing, again, in our context, it seems not reasonable to walk them through every theorem in the textbook, so it's not perfectly curricular. Could we make better assessments? Probably. If we wanted to study impact, how should we go about it? We'd really love your inputs. And now I'll invite all my colleagues to share anything they want to and any questions. That's all I wanted to say. I won't keep you from your coffee. Beg your pardon? Oh, sorry. Yeah. I tried to frame it into the framework we learned over this weekend. It was not perfect. Okay, so Josh, Tosh, Neha, Aditi, Manish. Oh, okay, so they say first audience. And then, oh, sorry, I just wanted to say, well, maybe it's actually, Jet taught this beautiful class on spiralaterals. Maybe it's computer science too. Maybe. Okay, all right. Sorry, yeah, I want.
Yeah, so Jyoti, I had some thoughts. Even yesterday, I was speaking to Jay about it. Regarding assessment, we shouldn't slip into the very regular curricular assessment, I feel here. I strongly feel, because the kind of impact this could be making would be more on the competencies that children would develop over a period of time, their ability to visualize things, the shape and space sense, the number sense, the reasoning ability, etc. And probably some kind of a customized baseline, and probably also done with some of the control schools where, let's say, the program is not being implemented, or well.
Yeah, so when we work in a state, we work with all the schools of the state. So an RCT is going to be muddied by the fact that there's going to be different contexts. We don't know how we feel about that anyway. So probably not an RCT, but, and in terms of, yes, I agree that it probably should not look like an NCERT examination. There's still probably nice ways to assess without that. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think RCTs are overrated and problematic as a way of learning. I also agree with you that I don't think this is going to meet any standard exam things. I mean, it's like asking you to think. Exams don't ask you to think. So it's not going to. The flip side is you don't want to run into the danger, like the St. Patrick danger of we are unevaluable. Right? I think that is the flip side. Our work is so profound, so mind-changing, you can't assess anything at all. It takes 25 years and then you'll find out, right? I don't buy that. I think that's a little BS-ish as well. I'm not saying you're doing that, but I think there's a danger in going too far in the other direction as well. Yeah, figuring out the right kinds of competencies, and also, who are the stakeholders who participate in the design of those competencies, right? Like, obviously, if you have government officials, maybe not the right people, but, who are the competing curricula, and what, trying to figure out these design questions is very tricky, I agree, and finding that medium is, I don't think I'm saying anything surprising here.
Yeah, just to add on to that point, so before we even go to competencies, so there are many other things which can be measured, like for example, engagement, okay, or motivation, or even, like you mentioned somewhere, that confidence, right? So some of these things, I mean, I agree with Sriram that we don't want to go to the RCT level, but there are systematic ways of measuring things which are simpler than learning.
Right, so the plan is to have people go out and do some ethnographic kind of, but we would, so any inputs on rigorous, we would like it to be, it's all these words, I don't know how to assign a measure to, so engagement. So yeah, so we would really love
I mean, there are people who do this stuff for a living. I know.
Yeah, so we would like to know who those people are.
Just web search, you'll find them, yeah. But, like affect, for example, right, is going to be, or, self-efficacy is almost certainly going to be affected by this. The tricky thing there is, if you measure it 5 minutes at the end of the course, 5 minutes after the end of the course, you'll get very different values than a month later, and figuring out how to design to have lasting effect is where the tricky part is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
First, I will like to tell you it was very interesting because we are the teachers that we are teaching in the school. That is very professional environment and everything. But the students who are not getting this kind of the facilities and this kind of the exposure, for them you are doing, it's a tremendous thing. The thing which I am thinking is I am not a mathematics teacher, I am computer science teacher, but being teaching in the school from so many years, what I feel, the practical examples can be incorporated more. Just like the exercises that is related to ratio and proportion, right? Such kind of thing. These are the students which are in the villages. So the example just which directly tell them the mathematical terms, they can understand it very easily. Just like a simple thing, which a very simple example, making a bhel kind of the thing, in which what proportion.
So I have to, small disclaimer, I focus specifically on 3 classes in geometry. There are things on numbers, but you can still,
such kind of a thing. That is Murmura's proportion percentage will be more. Then that such kind of the example which they will understand very easily and very fast. Not only geometry, others can also be, will help them out.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Zoom online. So Lakshmi ji is commenting, agree on RCT, but the important factors such as interest, motivation, identity, so much more happens while kids are making and creating. Agree with SI, apply systems thinking approach during focus group discussions. One suggestion. These are all separate comments.
Right.
ISO understanding, conceptual change could be learning parameter that can be measured immediately after the making change challenge.
Okay.
Make out of it.
Is Manish asking me a question? This is really
I'm just going to comment on, and this is something that gets me thinking always, and because we get this question and this comment a lot, I think the kind of things that we're trying to do in KGBV, it turns out to be that we're working with the very economically deprived population, girls, all of that. But I absolutely believe that the kind of things that we're doing are equally relevant to the most expensive school in Bombay, कौन सा है वो DIS, something like that, वो जिनके सारे बच्चे विदेश चले जाते हैं काउंसिलर्स के थ्रू. Equally relevant, मैम. तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह की चीजें हम केजीबी में कर रहे हैं उसकी संसाधनों से ज्यादा कोई लेना देना नहीं है. संसाधन is sort of the kind of things that exist. Probably not too much, very little, and this is my opinion. And so what I'm saying is that the kind of things that need to happen in our classrooms, while they might be somewhat relevant, there is some correlation, but बहुत छोटा correlation with the things that exist. I think which is where Sridhar's talk on this thinking skills, right? I don't know how much of material that really would be required for that, right? Of course, what is most critical is the kind of things that you are saying, right? किस तरह के हम context देते हैं, क्या examples देते हैं, क्या चीजें करवाते हैं. So just a comment on that. It always, and I'm saying this also because whenever we do whatever we do, कहीं पर भी जाते हैं तो हमको सब लोग बोलते हैं सर ये आपका काम गरीब बच्चों के लिए है, क्योंकि हमारे खिलौने वैसे होते हैं ना, अगर आप बाहर जाएंगे दिखाएंगे उसमें स्ट्रॉ है, रबड़ है, कुछ है, तो वो सब बोलते हैं तो आप गरीबों के लिए कर रहे हो काम.
which might be true, but I'm saying that equally relevant for the most elite kids or population. I wanted to just add my thoughts on that.
You're shy. Yeah.
Right.
Then go to the next level wherein children can apply on that, and on the third level wherein they are doing beyond that, taking it further.
So this, yeah. So I think this is the intent, how we structure those surveys, I think. I mean, so basically the devil is in the detail. Yes, this is what we want to do. We don't really know how to do it well. Oh, he doesn't approve of that answer. All right.
Thank you. So my question is more about, like, I'm wondering how is it going to be a sustainable culture that you're building with the teachers, or is it just an intervention for now?
No, so it's hopefully a long-term thing. We believe it's going to be a 5-year project at this stage. Yeah. The kids, of course, will graduate the program and move on. We're hoping that the teacher will stay longer. And this is a form of teacher training in that they play together the first year, maybe next year they know a bit more. It feels unfair to put too much burden on the teachers, but yes, it is also a soft teacher training program.
So last year it was with UP, and we now have with all the
Yeah.
700 teachers and in person.
Yeah.
So last year it started with UP, 75,000 kids, 746 KGBVs in Uttar Pradesh, and this year onwards, looking at that, Gujarat and Telangana have aligned with that. So we have worked with all 1,500 teachers separately in Uttar Pradesh, Prayagraj. We spent it 2 months, 3 months, entire team was there and working with the teachers. Of course, you cannot teach them all the mathematics and science, but the objective of that 2 or 3 days could be irrespective of the girls' background, irrespective of the limitation of the resources. When you are in your classrooms for 1 hour, that durations can be made much more joyful, and at the same time some of the classroom discussions you can have after the engagement can be equally more than that joyful or mazedar. That was the objective of the 3-day workshop. And during the 5-year, the idea is, first year the objective is to have an engagement, have a relationship with the wardens, with the teachers as well as with the students, and eventually we wanted to withdraw our role of driving this entire project. We wanted to identify, let's say, 25 fighters among these all the KGB who will gonna take the sessions for the upcoming match. That's a dream. Let's see how much we can achieve after that. I mean, somebody who is very enthusiastic among this particular group. And just to add what Jyoti was sharing, some of the slides were focusing on the very hands-on thing. If time permits, we wanted to go through some of the examples where it's largely about discussion. Some of the higher order questions we try to discuss, let's say for example, among the spirolateral, which does some basic art and craft, but eventually it leads to some of the questions which are very nasty. Even the IIT students, we would like to have that discussions, and among our lab mates, it's not so easy to argue on that. And mostly on the Google form ratio, there were 8 questions we have asked them, incrementally leveling up, and so the 8th and 7th questions were very difficult, which we asked them. I can go through what we have tried to discuss, but what in a nutshell I wanted to share you with this, the 30 to 40% people got the correct answer in the UP, 40 to 50% in the Telangana, and the 8th question, which was
very, very difficult. It was where they have to come up with a subjective solution. It wasn't multiple choice. So 15 schools in a UP have actually cracked that 8th question as well. So, I mean, we were just on our toes looking at their sort of correct answer, because there is no way you can look after for the Google or some existing thing and come up with that particular reasoning.
That's super good. I would be careful about saying students. You keep using the word students, but you have data as schools, and I think you need to be
Sure. So it could be by the teachers. So let me say that it was a response by schools.
Schools, yeah.
Thanks for
But, I think, look, this material is like super useful. You said even IIT. I think you should actually be doing this with every one of your incoming IIT students. Right? Because they've gone through the whole school system, it's destroyed their brains, right? They've somehow, done some training, whatever, they've gotten into IIT, but now there's a chance to start all over again, right? I do Fermi problems in my introductory class, right? That's right, of course you do. So, because this is like, they've never had to think about anything this way, nobody's made them think this way, and it breaks their brains a little bit. Now, job in introductory college education has to be to break all of their brains so that it can reassemble in new ways, right? So I'm curious how much you're using these at IIT and why you're not using them more. And professors do it, they can't do it. I'm saying for the students.
So few we have tried. Once the students comes as in freshers, there is this foundation program.
6-week period, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we do have an engagement with them where we try to, I can show you some of the puzzles and question, which it's very difficult to solve, and some of the foundational related thinking, plus making some exhibits where they feel very happy about after making it. Apart from that, into the ongoing courses with discrete math, we tried some of the puzzles and games. With the algebra course in mathematics, we tried Martin Gardner's recreational content as a part of an assignment. But थोड़े थक भी जाते हैं professor with some of the existing projects and trying to manage.
You have all these you're talking about math stuff, but you also have these mechanical objects, right? Some of these students are going to become mechanical engineers, right? And they probably don't understand basic physical mechanics. So I think there's, you could be like all across the curriculum.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But it is also there, Professor, ki in the first year, the students are still looking for some of the interesting work. After second or third year, their mindset is on a.
I think the first, after a couple of months, they're very interested, becoming easier. But then life takes over, and
that is one of the struggles we've been having, that we've been here in this in IIT for about 7 years. We have math students come and do their projects in the lab, final year thesis, because there's some very interesting mathematics we do. Undergrads, they will come for the first year, but on an average, maybe 1 or 2 will come and spend some time, because I think their lives are, we have to probably be in their shoes to understand, they want their jobs, they want their internships, whatever else that they want. And so I think it is only fair to say that for a lot of us, for at least some of us, we've gone out there, did something and then did this. Maybe, these seeds are there.
It's less about them becoming full-time. We don't want all of campus to be full-time. No, that's not the point. It's more about affecting their education early on and maybe integrating more into their
some of it, yes. And so Neil is, we would like to
if you were on my campus, I would be, you'd be in my class all the time.
Yeah.
So I would just give you my class, actually. I'm serious. I love your stuff. So, yeah.
No, so this Fermi thing is something that we've been doing. First thing that we do, we'll ask our teachers to figure out the number of barbers in Ahmedabad, and they feel like, yaar, ye kya sawal hai? And then, of course, and then the amount of air in this room and so on and so forth. It's just very interesting, thought-provoking for people to sort of come up with whatever answers that they come up with.
Yep.
So when you're done, I have something for you. Oh, when you're done. You're done. So I'm sorry, Neil to take control of the situation.
All right. I think we'll just break for coffee and come back by 12:15, I think. Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? You say we don't know how to do X. Okay.
another banger. another banger.
okay. It's just that, yeah, it's a very good shape. You have to make sure you log in. Can you log into Zoom from here so that you can share your screen?
उसमें वो है जो सारा ड्राइव वाइव का एक्सेस चाहिए ना, एवरीथिंग इज हियर, दैट्स व्हाई
ठीक है, so यहाँ पर
आई लेट
preferable choice, which we don't have. Na? Maybe we wanted to use this camera for that purpose, but how will they gonna see it? Sure. So maybe for a okay. So let me try. So what I have in my hands is a bunch of cards, and on top of that we have wrote the English alphabets. And let's say once you have shuffled them, एक बार इनको मैं फेंट लेता हूँ, and the task is to get them into an order. मुझे A पहले चाहिए, उसके बाद B चाहिए. So one possible way could be I can search for the alphabet A, bring that in front, and maybe B later on, and so on. But it would take a long time, and शायद मेरी students है वो तब तक भग जाए. The people might gonna won't have that much patience to get them into an order. Another interesting thing which I can do with this punch card after they have been shuffled is it has a 5 set of holes on the top. Let me try to show in a bit closer mode in this particular camera. So what I'll do with this, I'll insert a stick into this set of holes. So do you need 5 or 10 minutes more to solve this puzzle, or would you like me to start with? It's difficult कि हाथ में कुछ हो and disengagement from them, it's difficult. So you need 5 more minutes and then you want me to start, or what do you want? अच्छा. All right. You want me to? You wanted to have more time? All right. How about her? Do she? You want some more time, or you want me to start with? Right. So what I have is a set of cards in my hand. All you want is get them sorted. A after B and C and so on. So what I'll do, one of the way could be find it out A, B and so on. Another interesting way could be here. The cards have a set of holes on top. What I'll do is insert a stick in this card. Some of the cards are coming along with the stick. I'll bring them in the front. There are 5 set of holes for the 26 cards starting from A to Z. I'll insert the stick in the second hole and we'll repeat the same thing. We'll do the same task for all set of holes. Whichever cards are coming along with the stick, I'll bring them in the front. 2 more to go. And the last one. All right. And if you look at the order of the cards, it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and so on. Now, of course, we have done something in the trick is in the punch cards. So the question is, how you have punched it? So let's say, for example, if I take any alphabet, let's say, for example, J. So there is a 2 set of holes in this card. One is a slit, and one is a circular one. So the moment it go to a circular hole, that will gonna be with the stick when I'm pulling it up. The another one is a slit. The moment the stick goes into that particular position, if it is a slit, it will remain back in my hand, and this is a binary format punching. So you convert, let's say J is a 10th in an order starting from A as in first. So J, the 10, has been converted into a binary, which is 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 in a binary format, and this is how you have done punching. This only explains that how you have punched it. Doesn't mean it will gonna explain you how the cards have been sorted in this particular method. And so usually after showing them the trick, we actually ask the students or teachers to play around with maybe a smaller set of cards, maybe 7 or 8 set of cards, and can you explain me what is going on? And it is basically Reddick sort happening in a base 2. Why I started with this is because the explorations can be actually a lot more apart from playing with this. So for example, this is first task is to try to understand what is going on and try to come up with the reasoning why it is arranging after doing this operation. Second thing, once you have understood, the second question which I wanted to ask you is, how do I get them sorted in descending order? Where I start, I want the first card as Z, then Y and X and so on. The third task which I want to is, let's say my name is Jay, I wanted to have the first alphabet of my name J into the first position. What should be my operation in this particular set of cards, such that J comes to the first, assuming these are all shuffled and sorted. The last one is about, can I have J, A, Y as in first three set of cards? What should be the set of operation, or what sort of sequence are reachable in, and you are allowed to do whatever you want. You wanted to bring the cards into the front, into the back, whichever order you wanted to start with, and further more exploration. So for example, here what the punching we have done is in the binary. Why not in any other base? So let's say, for example, in the bottom there is another set of holes we have done. It's a 3 set of holes, but it actually has a 3 different type of holes. So let's say, for example, difficult to for the people here, but let me at least try to show it in the camera. So it has a 3 different type of hole. One is a circular one, just like previous. There is a slit, just like the previous one in the binary, but there is also a narrow slit, and 3 different type of punching we have done here. How do I make the sorting activity with this 3 different type of holes, which is in the ternary? So what I'll do is, I'll insert the stick, which will make sure all the cards except the broader slit will remain back in my hand. All the other cards will come in the front. Next, I will actually use a thinner stick, let's say safety pin. This will make sure only the circular holes will come along with this. Now what this operation have done on the LSB, the leftmost bit, all the slits are on the back, the middle one are all the narrow slit, and all the circular holes are in the first in an order. And this action I will actually repeat for all set of holes. So now what I'll do is, so I'll first start with, let's say, the broader stick, bring them in the front. Then I'll do the same thing with the thinner stick, bringing the cards in the front and repeating the same thing for the last. And they are sorted. And this is, let's say, in the English alphabets. What do you do for let's say Hindi Milakshars, which have let's say, for example, 56 alphabets, or your own regional language that many alphabets? If you wanted to do, what is going to happen if the number of alphabets are getting double? Will the number of or set of holes will also gonna double? Let's say here it's a 5 set of holes. Will it gonna be 10, or is it just because of it's an exponential growth? Will it be the 6? Similarly, why don't you have your own story on top of it? Let me see if I can have the Hindi cards. Here you have. All right. So here we have in Sankshipt Ramayana or any other story, because in all the stories order matters. So why don't you have your own stories being done in an punch cards, and the order, because it's an order thing. You have narration of your story, and then after it gets shuffled, you wanted to get them sorted into this particular manner. So a lot more fun starting from the 6th grader KGBV girls to the IIT Gandhinagar undergraduate students. So in the first year, Professor Neil and few other try to have a algorithmic thinking or a computational thinking within this punch card, and because it is something which everybody can have, all you need is a playing cards and then a punching machine, and you can have your own set of cards to try out this stuff. I also wanted to share a few other stuff. with you. So let's say I have a circular ring and 100 equidistance points on top of it. What will I do is, I'll take, and I've labeled them from 1 to 100. I'll have an addition into this. What I mean by that is, take a number, let's say for example 1, add let's say 30 to that. So the answer is 31. You connect a string between 1 to 31. Take the next is 2. Connect a string between 2 and 32, and so on, and you get a circle inside a circle. And you can try it out for a different addition factor. Let's say here you have taken a 30, or if you take a 40, the radius of the inner circle will keep on decreasing till the point for up to let's say 50, and once again it will gonna increase. So that part. So this is addition in let's say for example circle. What if you do the multiplication? What I mean by that is, take a number, multiply that with 2, and let's say for example 1, you multiply that with 2, you get answer as in 2. So you connect a string between 1 and 2. Similarly, you take number 2 and multiply with that 2 to 4, 3 to 6, 4 to 8, 5 to 10, and so on, and you get this beautiful heart shape in the circular ring with, and this heart shape is actually multiplication table 2. What if you take a table of 3 and previously you have a 1 pattern? Here you can see shape similar to, looks like a kidney shape, and this is a nephroid shape. Just because of it's looking like a heart shape, this has been called a cardioid shape. What is so interesting, and in order to some of the people who have joined online, let me also try to show this in the GeoGebra. I want you to come back to the part. It has a lot of interdisciplinary connections with So you have, once again, let me just repeat, all you have is, let's say in a circle, you have 100 equidistance point. If you take every number and connect to the double of that point, you get this heart shape. If you do the multiplication by 3, you are not able to see this. This and this is different computer?
No, that's a different news.
Okay. अभी तक तो दिख रहा था. Can I? This is my laptop. This is camera. I have also shared my screen, so Zoom audience will be able to see. Neil, how do I get the screen being shared here? So this is this computer, or this is this computer?
I have switched to this computer, so.
So I'm not able to show them the offline audience, the GeoGebra.
The online audience.
No, the offline audience. Online audience, I think I've shared my screen, so or maybe. Acha, sure. Sure. So maybe. But
I can see it on the Zoom.
But they won't be able to see. So what was so interesting that the very similar shape is also being seen when you have a reflection of light in any cylindrical vessel, let's say your coffee mug, or maybe the bucket in your in your washrooms. So due to the reflection of light, you get a very similar shape. So now the reflection of light is actually also following the table of 2, which is so interesting. At the same time, what is so interesting that you take a circle And so meanwhile we are fixing so that you can also, now I think it's done. Sure.
From here, there is mirror now.
Sure, sure. So what I was sharing with you is that you take a circle which is rotating around, these are two circles, the outer circle is rotating around the inner one, and you take any point on the outer circle and trace that. And you get the same shape. And this is what you get. A hexagon in a 12-sided, 12-point circle. So this is table of 2. What if you take a table of 3? You get a square starting with 3, 6, 9, 12, and once again you coming back to, let's say the next number is 15, but this is a circular number line. So you go 3 steps ahead, then the 12 you will ended up in the once again to 3. So this is what the repeating pattern, if you keep on going on to the infinite in the table of 3, this is what you get, a square shape. What if you take a table of 4? Any guess? A triangle starting with 4, 8, 12, 16, but you don't have a 16 in the circular number line, with the circle having points, the maximum points is 12. So you ended up on a 4 and you keep on repeating. How about 5? How about table of 5? Not repeating unless and until you get the same pattern and go to the infinite. Any other thoughts? Any other thoughts? Any other? And an 8-pointed star. Okay. Any other? So here, somewhat what Yamuna has picked. So let's say, for example, I'll try to show this in a simulation, which would be a better for everybody. So let's say so what you have is starting with the table of 2. This is what you get hexagon. In the table of 3, you get the square. In the 4, you get triangle. With the 5, you started with 5, then you went to 10. Then next you wanted to go to 15, you don't have 15. So that's why you will landed up in a 3. Next, you wanted to go to 20, you don't have 20. So one option could be whatever number is, you divide that by 12, whatever the remainder is. This is how the modular arithmetic will gonna work in this circular number line. So then 8, then the next is 25, which is 1, and so on. So in the table of 1, you got a regular polygon. In the table of 2, you got a regular polygon hexagon. In the table of 3, you got a square. In the table of 4, you get a triangle. In the table of 5, suddenly the pattern has changed, and this has suddenly sparkled the curiosity. Can you somebody explain, let's say during these workshops and few other things, can somebody explain? This is where the interesting conversation starts. But first, why don't you first make art and craft, and suddenly something reasoning, mathematical reasoning. This is basically why the 12 and 5 are the co-prime numbers. So similar thing would happen. So any guess? Can somebody tell me what will happen with the multiplication table 6? So you start with 6, then next you go to 12, which is a diameter, then the next number is 18, which is again a 6. So you keep on rotating or keep on moving on the diameter side. The same thing you will get when you have a table of 7. The 12 pointed star, which Yamuna was referring to. So now let's say, for example, the next question could be, let's say for example, if I take a number, let's say for example 20, the questions could be, which we wanted to ask them is, in which numbers there will be a regular polygons, which are basically the factors of all of the 20. That's where you get the, let's say, polygon. So for example, starting with 2, where you get a 10-sided polygon, or with the 3, you will get how about 3? What do you get? A star with connecting all the points. What about 4? 4 में क्या होगा? 4 के multiplication में table में. Let me just remind what I mean by a table of 4. So you have 20 points in a circle. When you say a table of 4, you start with 4. The next number is 8. So you connect a line between 4 to 8. The next number is 4 के पहाड़े में next number कौन सा आएगा? What will be the next number in the table of 4? 12. So you go to 12. Then the next is 16. The next is 20. But you don't stop there. You keep on continuing the table of 4, and because it's a circular number line, the next is 24, but you don't have a 24 here, so you will either divide the 24 with 20, the remainder is your answer, or you go 4 steps ahead, whichever works, and you will get a regular pentagon in the table, multiplication table of 4, when you have 20 points in a circle. How about 5? Square. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, which is equal to 5. How about 6? Now this becomes interesting. 6 is not a factor of 20, but at the same time it is also not a co-prime with 20. And unlike what you have done for the 12, either the number was factor or it was a co-prime number. So in the 6, you will get a star, but not connecting all the points. And the whole fun could be, can we start reasoning about with let's say for example, given a number n, which is a number of points in a circle, your multiplication step is, let's say, m. Can we come up with a reasoning? So starting with something which is very tactile, to going into some level of abstractions or a higher order thinking is then the even more joyful and interesting discussions parts, and somewhere when we have interaction with the school teachers or even the undergraduate faculties or an educators, most teachers feel that this will create an engagement, but we feel that the discussion related to this can be equally engaging and interesting, provided we have a good a platform being created, or some interesting things have been created, and then top of the discussions can be equally more interesting for any particular audience, whether they are the teachers or the, let's say, the students. Jyoti wanted to add few things on top of that, otherwise we can go through. All right. How many time we have? 10 minutes we have.
We call it 20.
Sure. So then let me go through the slides which I have. They should be able to see this, right? Sure. And some of them can be extended towards the cool engineering projects as well. So for example, what you see in the slide is in the circular ring you see is a 10-foot diameter. It has a 300 points, so there are 300 nails on the perimeter of a circle, and all you can have is a straight line in a circle. So you can go from one point to another point, and the task is to create an IDGN's logo out of this task. So what this freshers, this is just their second week in the campus, on what the students have made is, along with us, a 10-foot diameter metal ring, 300 nails, 4,000 straight lines, and this is the biggest such structure being recorded, even bigger than the Guinness Book of World Record. On the outer perimeter you see is an IIT Gandhinagar FP 2022. Each of this is a 50 centimeter dia ring. It has a 150 nails and 1500 straight lines. Almost took 8 to 9 hours for 250 students to make this particular structure. It has been installed in the cafeteria, so in order to give them a sense of achievement after making some of this stuff, and it has been extended out of some of the string art, which sixth grader can find interesting. At the same time, here you have freshers, IDGN students, and sometimes we claim the engagement span or sort of attention span for the current generation is 5 minutes, 7 minute max. These are the students who have done 8 to 9 hours of laborious task in order to make this particular structure, and the idea behind then is can we have an indirect way of sharing them. The learning or some of this task can be absolutely joyful, and if somebody are interested, we can go into the algorithmic part of that as well. What else quickly we should show to this audience, Jyoti? Projections. All right. So would be difficult for people who have been joined online, but इसमें मुश्किल है. GeoGebra में है rollers, sure. So एक चीज GeoGebra में थोड़ा दिखा दूंगा, maybe with the general audience. Can I have you? Do you have a mobile phone? I have. So here I have a sphere in my hand, and what I'll do is I'll try to put the light source on the north pole of this particular sphere. All right, and I'll try to have that projection. So what you have is a sphere, and the moment I bring the light source on the north pole of the sphere, hopefully you are able to see something. Are you able to see something? No? Yes? Alright. So it's an image of Bhagat Singh, and the task is, can we थोड़ा नीचे करना पड़ेगा, जो sphere को नीचे करना. Yes. So let me bring the face in the front. एक second. Now it should be fine. थोड़ा कैमरा को. All right, I have a GeoGebra version which I'll try to show. And the question here is how should you have a curve on the sphere in such a way that when it does the projection from the North Pole, it should look like a straight line, because no matter at what distance the projection plane is, it should look a flatter, although the surface is curved. And the answer goes to the 9th grade cross section of a 3D solids, which says that it should be the circles passing from the North Pole. This is how we have made, and some pixelization in order to make that the image looks like a Bhagat Singh image. The task for maybe the undergrad could be, can you have let's say for example the 3D printed sphere design in such a way that with your own photograph you see the flatter projection. This is called as a stereographic projection. For the 9th grader, let's say for example sphere is the only shape. No matter from what angle you do the cross section, you always get the similar shape, which is a circle, unlike any other 3D solids. Similarly, let's say what I have, and let me try to show this in a GeoGebra as well. What if I wanted to write a text which looks here you go. So let's say for example, if you wanted to have a IIT-GN text being crafted on a sphere, a curved surface, such that when you do the projection from a flat line, it should look a flat thing. And the another connection is that all your map are actually the projections, because sphere cannot have a net. So all you see a rectangular map is basically a projection of the sphere, and all of them are actually wrong. They are not of the actual scale. You cannot have an actual scale one. And the comparisons between, let's say for example, India's actual size compared to some of the region to on the northern near to the northern pole, let's say for example the Greenland and so on. So here you have an I text looks like this on the sphere, and that is the projection. So question is, can I come up with a mapping between x prime y prime on a 2D plane to, let's say, xyz on the 3D surface? That is the thing you want.
I was just going to add, I don't know, in my opinion, Jay is making a lot of these claims and comments बहुत जल्दी, and my request to you will be that if you feel that it's just a claim or whatever, then maybe we can stop him. Like he said, sphere is the only surface on which if you cut it always remains the same, and he says only. So imagine आपके पास एक मौसमी है, उसको आप कैसे भी अगर चाकू से काटोगे हमेशा गोला ही दिखेगा. Is it possible for any other surface? No matter which way you cut and how you cut, in one planar cut, he is claiming that sphere is the only way, and I think so, but I don't know of any other. If there is, then we would like to know. For instance, simple cube, this, that, or whatever, आप अलग-अलग तरीके से काटेंगे तो कुछ अलग-अलग चीजें दिखती हैं. He is claiming sphere ही ऐसा है जिसमें हमेशा एक सर्कल ही दिखता है. And so he's making that claim. Similarly, he's saying many things about this, and I find this very interesting. So I'm just sort of requesting or whatever that आपको कहीं भी लगता है कि ये कुछ ज़्यादा बोल रहे हैं कुछ, तो please stop and the discussion and ask or whatever.
Similarly, I have a car in my hand and I have mounted a pen on top of it. What I'll do is I'll move this car and try to see what it draws. So if you look at this curve, I have tried to have a multiple cycle curve being drawn on the ground, and here you have थोड़ा मुश्किल है इसको और continue करना, but let me try to see if I can. So this is exactly sinusoidal curve, and the question is, if you look at this particular car, the car moves in this direction. Let me call that as an x direction, and the pen can only move perpendicular to that. Let me call that as an y direction. So the question is, can I get the relationship of when you move the, let's say for example, car X distance, how much my pen is moving. So the moment we ask them, can you prove that this is actually a sinusoidal wave, starting from an undergraduate students to the faculties to the teachers who are teaching the trigonometry mathematics for such a long time, everybody starts giving the very abstract answer saying that it's a projection of an harmonic motion, these, that. But look at this particular car. Can somebody explain me in a very crisp manner that how do I derive the relationship? And that's where the whole the interesting fun goes. Similarly, Caesar or a cutter. And the next question is, somebody says it's a cyclic motion. So now I have another car, and you can try driving this. If I draw this, it will actually make a triangular shaped wave. And on the bottom, if you see, both of them are the same. Something changed on the top, or the another question is, how do I have the change in this particular design such that it will make a sawtooth wave, or let's say the straight lines in a when you move this particular car. How actually making a car which will draw a circle? When you draw a car which will actually make a circle, how can you do so? And let me just try to show you that as well. Has the screen sharing stopped, Neil? Because
we could show the sign card.
okay, okay.
Sure.
कटर चाहिए आपको?
While we are waiting, is it okay for me to ask a question?
Sure.
Very basic question, right? Why would I care for the shape I get when I cut a 3D object?
What I'm doing is something related. I've just folded a paper and I'm as you see, although it's not a proper cut, it should be a same thing what the that thing was.
Yeah, so Vishal's point is कि भैया इसका क्या करना है, जो बनाता है, how do you even care about some of the curves we are getting? I think the trying to come up with the relationship which is the base of any 3D printing or any printing technology, where let's say for example in the 3D printers, if you see, you have a two motors letting the XY motion which can be done right independently. And there is this third motor which can have the motion in the Z plane. So let's say for example, if you wanted to understand the relationship of how when you do something, all of these two motions are not independent, they are dependent on how, so the motion of the pen is dependent on in some sense to how you are moving your particular car, but deriving the relationship of how X and Y are related, I think that's the fundamental to many of this motion where you have to control X and Y as well. So for example, let's say I give you a control, which we have a machine in the lab where I can give you a control of you with one hand. You can by rotating motion, you can control the X of, let's say, a pen. And I give you a second control which will gonna have the control of in the Y, and the task is to, can you draw a square, can you draw a circle with the coordination of these two hands, and trying to appreciate how the actually 3D printer does this task.
No, I think Vishal's question is interesting in my opinion. Does anybody else have that question? His question is, why do we care about what the curve is or what it's drawing? Why should we even bother? Maybe not. But in my opinion, I go back to the same Sridhar Iyer's slide. In my opinion, that is thinking. Right? आपको दिखा दिया कुछ कर रहा है, but वो क्यों कर रहा है, वो उसके पीछे तो सवाल आना चाहिए. In that is what Sridhar Iyer in his slide he was saying, right? How do you do that thinking part? I think there's a fundamental question of what really it means.
So you have another car. We also have a physical replica, but needs little bit of maintenance now. So what you have is, there is this one central gear, that's where we are giving the power, which are rotating the front and the back gear. One of the gear is controlling the motion of car, and the another one is just like the front part of the sinusoidal wave, and it is actually drawing a circle. And then the question is that can we prove, so how do you make a circle? One of the motion, let's say you are rotating one of the gear, let me call that you have moved the theta angle, so I want a pen to move sinusoidal function of that, let's say sine theta, and the car I want with the rate of cos theta, and this is the circle drawing car. Can I have two sinusoidal curves being, let's say, in the back of this, if I have another module which is also a projection of the circular motion, let's say a sine wave, and changing the frequency or amplitude and adding them up, I can actually make a Fourier car out of this. Similarly, what we were showing right now, let's say for example, so I'm trying to show you some of the cool stuff, I mean what we find as cool, and trying to sort of conclude all the conversations behind that. So just like the paper you take, can you take a cucumber and make a slant cut out of it? So what you have done is, you have taken a cucumber, and made a slant cut to that. Something like this, from bottom to the top, and the height is half the radius, and the height is the same. So this is your slant cut, and you have removed the peel of that cucumber, which is the single cycle. What was so interesting about this is, the area of this would be exactly pi, and this is also a sine wave. The area of this is exactly pi. Now what I'll do is, I'll try to cut it, I'll sort of chop the half of this particular pill, let's say for example starting from इतना, ये जो blue area आपको दिख रहा है, if I look at that area, it is exactly 1, although it's a part of some circular surface. Suddenly when you chopped it or you cut it into the half, the area of that is big 1, and suddenly the right, so you can do the integration of, so this is a sine wave.
So fundamentally, why is there nothing else, right? No R's, no H's, no...
Right, so I'm assuming that everything else is 1. Similarly, let's say for example, a lot of stuff related to a sine wave. So what I'll do next is, take a cylinder and then roll it on a sand. So let's say for example, what you have, let's say you have a circles mounted on a cylinder, and that you are rolling on a sand. The traces of that would be a straight line, isn't it? What if you take, let's say a spiral, जो spring होती है उसको आपने cylinder के ऊपर लपेट दी. You have a spiral mounted on a cylinder, and if you now roll it on a sand, the question is, what do we get as a trace? Any guess? Now you have spirals that you are rolling on a sand. What will be the trace of that? Any guess? Which lines? Parallel lines. Okay. Any other thoughts? Slanted line. Any other thoughts?
I'm not sure, triangle or sine kind of.
Okay. Let me try to roll it. So now you have a spirals being a spiral mounted on a cylinder, and the line it will make will be a parallel line compared to the circle, which is let's say for example perpendicular to the axis of cylinder. Now it's bit slanted if you look at from the top. Sure sir. कलर थोड़ा हाँ ठीक है, कलर अलग रख सकते हैं. They are straight except its slope has got changed, and which goes to the definition of a spiral. The spiral says that if you moved the theta angle in let's say for example, if you look at the spiral from the top, it's basically a circle. So if you move a theta into spiral, how much height you should sort of raise has to be proportional to how much you have moved. Bit difficult to visualize. I believe I should have.
See, I think I'll stop the discussion a little bit, and this is based on comments Neil Dhara was asking and Jyoti mentioned. You know, we can go fast, slow, whatever. Please, the whole purpose is for you to sort of, ask or see or whatever. But I would actually ask a very fundamental question, the thinking wise or whatever. What is the definition of a line? ये बोल रहे line है मतलब what does it even mean to say it's a line? And I'll tell you this story. Arvind Gupta told me long back, almost 7 years. Madhavan, this is a very interesting story. So apparently this guy who invented buckyball, Buckminster Fuller, he met Indira Gandhi once, and he had 4 triangles in his pocket. Oh yeah, and so Buckminster, so 2 separate things. Buckminster's biography, I forget what's the name, Synergetics, and it's a complicated book. Amy Edmondson has written the Tika. Tika matlab jo English mein Hindi mein bolte hain, explanation of that book, because it's very hard to. He says the first year in his school, the teacher will say, hey, there is this line and its thickness is 0. That's the definition of a line. And there is definition of a point that its thing is 0. It is not 0. You draw it on a board and clearly it has thickness. So it is very confusing that you are saying it's 0, but it is clearly not 0. And the point to exist nahi karta, par wo hai. And then he asked this question, okay, draw 4 triangles for me. Draw a triangle on a ground. तो ये बच्चे ने आके ट्रायंगल ड्रॉ कर दिया. तो बोलता है ये तो ट्रायंगल नहीं है. क्यों? मैंने बोला था आपको सीधी लाइन बनाओ, ये तो सीधी नहीं है. तो बिल्कुल सीधी है, स्केल से बनाई है. सीधी नहीं है क्योंकि आपकी धरती गोल है. आपने धरती बनाई है तो नो लॉन्गर इट्स अ स्ट्रेट लाइन. देन सेकंड ही सेड आई आस्क्ड यू टू ड्रॉ 1 ट्रायंगल, यू हैव ड्रॉन 4. तो 4 कैसे बनाए? एक तो ये दिख रहा है. But imagine on a large sphere you are drawing 1 triangle, whatever this is, the outside is also a triangle. You see, I don't know if I'm making sense, but जो ये वाला surface है, वही convex बाहर वाला भी है, तो वो भी एक triangle है. Then he says, oh, same thing if I look from inside, this is all convex, that is all convex. So you are drawing 4 triangles. Essentially, he's trying to convey that the fact that whatever you call a line is really not a. How do you define a line? This is also a line जो Jay बना रहा था ना, but it is not line on a planar surface. It's line on a, which some people call geodesics, or that is apparently the definition of a geodesic, line on some curved surface. And I'll finish that story because this is very interesting for me. And then he pulls out 4 triangles from his pocket, and Madam Indira Gandhi, Prime Minister at that time, she said, "Oh, Madam, कितने triangle है?" तो मैडम ने बोला 4 triangle है. Oh, sorry, 3 triangle है, क्योंकि उसके पास 3 थे. तो देन उसने तीनों ट्रायंगलों को जोड़ दिया. कहते अब कितने हैं? अब 4 हो गए. You join 3 triangles, you get a tetrahedron, right? And now there are 4. And then he says, oh, oftentimes the sum of parts is more than the individual or whatever, madam. That's what I want to convey. And so whatever story that happened. So anyways, I just interjected to say that I think when if in the thinking part, if our children can ask these supposedly stupid questions. क्या यार आप बोल रहे हो लाइन 0 है, but 0 कहाँ है थिकनेस? ये तो मोटी लाइन है, इसमें थिकनेस 0 तो नहीं है. How do you even? I don't know the answer myself. How do you sort of convey that? And even things about basic things about कोई बोले angle की definition क्या है? How do you define an angle? The angle is between two lines. Then how do they say that between two planes? So बहुत सारी चीजें वहाँ से निकल के आ सकती हैं of all those. And if our children, oh yeah. So then you did something very interesting. You said, what's the sum of angles of a triangle with 180 degrees? We can draw a triangle whose sum is 900 degrees. Maybe this is not what it is, but yeah. If you draw a triangle on a sphere, and it is a triangle because all three lines are straight lines. You can draw straight lines on a sphere. But आप वो triangle बनाओगे तो आपको बड़े-बड़े angle दिख जाएंगे.
Jyoti, what do you suggest? You want us to share one or two more?
Yeah, I think we should have people interact or ask or whatever.
Sure.
वो क्या दिखा रहे थे? मैंने देखा नहीं वो दिन.
कौन सा वाला?
Angle of a triangle.
एक सेकंड. Difficulty with GeoGebra is that if you search, it will show all the search where people have made. Difficult to find.
नहीं अभी जो दिखा रहे थे.
Triangle वाला ना?
On a sphere.
हाँ. वही वो बैक कर दिया मैंने.
सर्च से नहीं आता है.
वो सर्च करूंगा तो जितने भी स्फीयर होंगे जियोजेब्रा में सब आ जाएंगे.
तो if it is a search with your name, ये रहा. हाँ तुमने प्राइवेट कर रखा है ना सर.
इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ हो रही थी. ये बात
Can you move the points?
ये वाला नहीं हो पाएगा सर. I can move the points, but they are disjointed. मतलब सरफेस अलग से ड्रॉ किया है.
क्या दिखा रहे हो? वो सब भी है क्या जो जिसमें एरिया वो इंटरसेक्टिंग सिलेंडर
वो दिखा सकते हैं.
हाँ ये नहीं पहले ये वाला ये सर्कल ट्रायंगल कोन ये
कौन सा?
स्फीयर सिलेंडर कोन कंपैरिजन.
स्फीयर सिलेंडर कोन. ठीक है. So for us this three 3D shapes, the cylinder, the cone and the sphere are same. And how do you say it's the same? It's basically a circle stacked on each other. So if you look at cylinder, all the circles with the same radius you stack on each other. That's how you form a cylinder. How about cone? How do you form a cone with circles? You keep on decreasing the radius and that's how you get a cone. How about let's say a hemisphere? How do you make a hemisphere? Decreasing the radius. Which means in the cone also you are decreasing the radius, in the hemisphere also you do the same. The question is what is different between them? Let's say a cone and a hemisphere.
The reduction may be linear in case of cone. The rate at which you are reducing the radius in the hemisphere.
Okay. So Vishal is saying that yes, you are decreasing the radius, but how do you decreasing? That may be different. So he is pointing it out. For the cone, it is linear decrement. How much you are moving in the let's say z direction in the height, the linearly proportional to that you are reducing the radius of the circles. How about in the sphere? What the relationship is? What the relationship is? How much I should decrease the radius? Let's say if you have moved x in the height, and the question is, can we compare them, the radius of them? So on the left you see is basically a 2D plot of how much you have moved into the z, or let's say the height, and the y-axis says that how much the radius has changed. So if you look at the cylinder, it is constant. If you look at the red, which is for the cone, it is how much you have moved into, let's say, x, linearly proportional to that you are moving in the y. That's why a straight line. And if you look at on the sphere, in some sense, if you look at from the angles perspective, it's a sinusoidal change, or let's say, so how much you have moved here, sinusoidal function of that, you have changed the rate of the radius in the, or let's say for example, the quadratically, if you look at from the distance perspective. So the question is, without interactive, where you have a ready-made command, can I write a parametric equations that forming the surface of sphere, cylinder and a cone, that how I should change the x, y and z in order to make the surface of that. That's can we try to have that visualization for 3 of these solids. So let's say I'll help you to draw a cylinder in order to get familiar with the command and the context. I'll also try to get a hint for the cone, and after the understanding the relation with the sphere, can you write the parametric equation for the sphere? And sometimes once you do try to think and try to give the GeoGebra as an input, sometimes the wrong answer gives directions to some of the interesting discussions around why you get this particular output with the given input, which and usually takes 1.5 hours to have this discussions with KVJ and the educators, which they come for the in-service course. It's hard to stop. क्या क्या नहीं दिखा है, ठीक है, बस एक चीज, and that's close to my heart, and then I think I'll stop. So the one where you are seeing the rollers, what if you take, let's say a slant cut, or let's say for example you have I have that roller with me. Where did it went? यहीं पे था roller. Correct. Alright, so you have, let's say, you make a slant cut into the cylinder, you get a ellipse, let's say you have made an upscale of that and sticked on the cylinder, and then you trace it, a sinusoidal wave you get, just like you open up the paper. So similar to this cars, you have so most of the wheels you keep in your wheel is a circular shape. The reason is that the axis distance with the point of contact remain constant in the circle. So the wheel is among the, let's say for example, the changing or a turning point invention in the humankind history. So why cannot we have any other shape? Let's say if you look at the square and if you rotate this, so let's say once it is the one of the side is parallel to the road, the distance is minimum, compared to when you rotate this particular square wheel, the distance is maximum. So the distance is changing, the point of contact distance to the axle is getting changing, so your ride will be bumpy when you have a square wheel. But what if you have a road made bumpy in such a way that your ride becomes smooth? So now you have a car which runs absolutely smooth in your bumpy road. And the question is, can I have the derivation of this particular curve which is changing with respect to the height, the change of height in this particular, when you roll this vehicle, and can you have this being designed for any polygon? Let's say this is for the triangle, and
how long do we have? Sorry, I'm just interested in people talking. -10. So Ajay, I think we should stop.
Sure. Enigma machine hai. Sure, makes sense.
Yeah. और I would be keen to know आप लोग कहाँ से आए और क्यों आए, मतलब वो क्या सोच के आए थे? Where क्या है?
Thank you. My name is Abhay Kumar. I came from Agartala. I'm running director of Triple IT Agartala. And I came here, of course, for some other thing, but then I came to know about this Center of Creative Learning, because I thought that because major concern for me is to run a BTech in computer science, being director of a IIIT, and therefore I have to see whether really it is they are getting into things or they're only worrying about placements, all these kind of creative thinking things. I wanted to learn.
Yeah, I am Archana. I am a teacher educator at Devi Alien University, UTT Department of Education, Indore. And basically, I am interested to find out this material, how these materials are helpful in going to the basic concept learning, not like rote memorization or finding the solution by following some set of procedure. And I find it very interesting that's not only they provide one of that opportunity to student to think differently and coming out with the moving of the process instead of the product. So that it is very interesting for me to learn a lot of that inquisitiveness, curiosity, or thinking differently with the help of those materials. It is quite amazing for me.
Myself Nilesh, I'm working as a professor in JJ University, Ahmedabad. I taught programming languages and I feel it is interesting, and literally I'm just brushing up all the things that I studied in school. So it feels very interesting and all these things are new for me. Okay, so thank you for that.
Hello everyone, myself Meenakshi Malla, and I'm working as a professor at JG University. Thank you. Yes, sir? Yes, sir.
Hello everyone, my name is Sanjana Jaiswal. I am currently working in a JG University as a professor.
Okay. I'm Yamuna. I'm from Bangalore. I'm visiting CCL. I teach mathematics, non-routine mathematics for students who are interested. So I'm interested in puzzles too. So this was a good opportunity for me to come visit and look at the math behind all these puzzles and get the children excited about it.
Hello, myself is Chavandra Prashad. I came from National School, Sahibag. Actually, our vice principal informed us such kind of workshop in IIT Gandhinagar, and it's a wonderful workshop. How can we implement maths in computer, and how maths is computer related, maths and science related to computer branch. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rashmi. I work at CCL, and I always try to attend math sessions whenever possible, because even though I've heard these things once or twice or thrice, every time when Jay sir or Aditi or Neha, they are taking sessions, I learn something new. So that's why I came from the lab and I was attending the session.
हेलो, मेरा नाम कौशिक चंद्रिका है। मैं विश्व निकेतन शांति एस्थेटिक स्कूल से आ रही हूँ। स्कूल में हमारा एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग पे ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं, लाइक किसी भी सब्जेक्ट को लाइक एक्टिविटी के थ्रू कैसे मतलब पढ़ाते हैं। ये इंटरेस्टिंग है मेरे लिए कि इस तरह से कंप्यूटर को इंटरेक्ट करके नहीं, लाइक इस प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट को भी कनेक्ट करके किस तरह से हम किसी सब्जेक्ट को पढ़ा सकते हैं। लाइक
हेलो एवरीवन, माई सेल्फ पटेल जयमिनी from Vishwa Niketan Shanti Asiatic Schools. I teach for grade 1st to 10 as a computer teacher.
Hello, I am Bhagyashri Saptaputri. I am from Anand Niketan Satellite School, and I take computer science from grade 9 to 12th in ISC board. all these exercises are logical based and mathematical based. So programming is nothing but all mathematics logics are there. So it is helping us lot in for exercises in computing basically. Suppose this example you have given, so in 2D arrays we are doing such kind of the matrices and all. Find out all the alternate elements which are in the rows, or we can say in the column. Secondly, the first example that sir gave in the arrays, insertion sort, bubble sorting, related to numbers we are sorting in the arrays, whether it's single dimensional or multi-dimensional. So that kind of the logic we are implementing, but we are getting more logical exercises on that. Same thing, the example that he has given on the circle, that is factors and all, the clock, that was very right. And we can, before starting the program, we generally we are doing all mathematical work before any problem, that is find out the factors and all. So these are really helpful exercises for the programming. And without maths, programming can't be done. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Ranjana Sinha from Mananiketan Sughar, and ma'am has said it is the programs which you have seen, explained with the we have already done in the lower grade KTurtle application, that patterns and all. So definitely it will help in programming also. Thank you. Hello, I am Varsha. I'm from JNS Gandhinagar. So from this all, since from morning, actually we are learning that how to raise critical thinking. Means we are only following the methodology of teaching, like just give the one program, but how to, because the first stage of programming is planning, and before planning we have to raise of critical thinking. Means if this is a problem, so how we can going to solve with us. So just like sir said, ki if that spiral is there, so if you want to sort it, so if you only selecting the spiral hole, so what will be the value, and if it is 1, that slit was there. So actually what ma'am said, just sorting we are doing in the programming, but with the help of ASCII values and all. So that's we are raising the critical thinking. Think about the ASCII value also and do it. So thanks.
Hello, I'm Ramya from Jamnabai Nursery School. With all the sessions going on, especially the current one, the only question that was running in my mind continuously was the name given to the session was building imagination. And I was just thinking how this could be brought into our school, where by rote learning or following a particular curriculum, we don't distract or destroy the imagination of a child, and then we have to rebuild when we come into institutes like IIT, but we continue this imagination through such implementation and processes in our school. But I don't know how to bring that into actual life, but that's the question which goes running. Like I have daughter in grade 7, I was first question when you sorted with those punching and binary, first question was from where can I get these cards so that I can get it for my girl as well as my students. So yeah, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, hi. I'm Venkatesh. I'm part of the CS Pathshala team, and just to exchange ideas with the other groups that are working.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Sonia. I'm also from CS Pathshala, and we visited CCL before, but Neel Dhara organized this workshop so that we could all co-learn from each other, and that is why I'm here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Madhavan. I'm from Chennai Mathematical Institute. I'm also involved with CS Pathshala, so that's probably today's role here.
So I just wanted to add that I have attended CCL workshop during lockdown, the 30-30 STEM, which sir you were conducting. Wonderful sessions, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think we have a few intros on Zoom as well. Vanshika is joining us from the School of Scholars, Hinganghat, I think. She's computer science. Vaishnavi Ramesh is with Seed to Sapling. Ami Raval is from the Shanti Asiatic School at Ahmedabad. Sangam Tripathi is from MMMUT Gorakhpur. Um, and we have Ella Varsi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from PyJam Foundation. And Kalpana from Mahatma Gandhi English Medium School, Nagpur. Mukesh, who teaches STEM robotics at Navrachan Vidyalaya, sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay, we also have Deepak Joshi, Namrata from School of Scholars, Nagpur again, I think. Yeah, I don't know if the font size on that screen can be increased, but thanks so much for sharing your intros, everyone. Manish, you want to say something or?
No, just very nice to have so many people come, and would be very keen to hear from people. I think after the lunch or whatever, I don't know if that is the idea, but if people have ideas of how these things can be done inside classes, more effective, better, all of that. I think that is why we all are here. CS Pathshala folks have specifically done an amazing work in computational thinking in schools. So I think they're going to talk after lunch, and it'll just be nice to hear. I'm specifically keen to understand what is it that we could do as a community to get to that slide. Sridhar's slide is in my mind again and again. What is it that we can do to bring more thinking, whatever that means, in our schools and students. So, please feel free to share your story or your ideas or comments or anything with any of us here. CS Pathshala folks are also here. We're all in this together. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Manish. I think what we will do is break for a quick lunch, and then you have all this amazing stuff on stage here. So you're welcome to just come back, and I think they can touch and break and make with these things. So come back, and I think for Zoom audience, unfortunately, will not be able to play around with the physical objects on stage. So the next talk will be, let's say around. Let's say we resume at 2:30. Would that be okay? Yeah. So please come back by 2:30 for our interactive session with the CS Pathshala team, who have come all the way here exclusively for this from Pune and Chennai. So we're very grateful to have them on board with us. We'll do this at 2:30. So please grab a bite and join us back at 2:30. Thank you.
है लेकिन काट के देखेंगे क्या होता है क्या निकले
I hope so. I do.
Think I might be. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the afternoon post-lunch session, and also welcome back to everybody online, those who are joining us right now. Thanks for coming in. So we now are ready for the CS Pathshala presentation. I'd like to invite Madhav and Sonia. Venki, would you be speaking, or is it Madhavan and Sonia? Okay, all right. So do I have the slides? Okay, so I will put up yours first. If you want to. Okay. I think I have to switch the presentation out and better download this. You sent it on my Gmail. May or may not work. Great. To my iPhone. Sorry. You want me to download both of these?
Yeah. So I'll do them in sequence. I should have merged them in one bit.
No, no, that's
బాబా మేడం అడగండి అన్నారు.
Which one do you want first?
ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ పెట్టమంటారు, మీకు అడిగి పెట్టమన్నారు. ఇది జూమ్ మీటింగ్ అవుతుంది మా చుట్టుపక్క. ఏది ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది దానికంటే అంటే రెండు ప్రెసెంట్ వాడే సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడు, వాడే మరి మేము సెలెక్ట్ చేసింది కాదు. లేదు మేడం, ఆడియో రావడం లేదు, ఒకసారి చూడండి. స్టార్ట్ అవ్వలేదు
అయ్యి ఉంటుందేమో ఒకసారి ఆడియో కింద
There is a point.
Should I just use it for the keyboard or no?
You can use it for the keyboard, but this should work too. It's front and back. Just
వాయిస్
need to mute whoever's I think accident.
మ్యూట్ లోనే ఉంటుంది కదా.
Do I need a collar mic or should I just use this mic?
Whatever is convenient. The collar mic works too, so whatever is easier. You have a preference? You're not going to work. So the collar mic is there if you need it.
You start? Hi, welcome. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background about CS Pathshala and some of the work that we have done. It's a very quick overview, and then Sonia will come and do something more engaging. So as Sridhar said in the morning, one of the motivations to start CS Pathshala was the state of computer science education in schools so I have my own historical take on this. So I've been doing the Computing Olympiad since the early 2000s. And at that time, it was not very easy to get people to worry about this problem. Computing Olympiad, like Maths Olympiad, it's an algorithmic programming contest, so kind of competitive programming you have to solve. Yeah, correct. Those. So this is the kind of thing that typically would be taught in a standard school. I don't even know if it was called ICT then, but whatever, computer science class. So they'll be asked all kinds of historical facts and memorizing definitions or abbreviations. And if at all there was programming, it was basically focusing on teaching syntax of the language and not on problem solving at all. And so my take on this is that in 2016, right, all the people who entered IT in the 1990s had kids in school. So then they suddenly woke up. People like Sridhar woke up, but he of course woke up earlier. But I think when a lot of people who were working in industry realized that the kind of stuff that was being taught to their kids in school was nothing like it should be, I think we were able to leverage that to get some mass movement on the CS Pathshala. There's a historical note, in at least informal historical claim that I have as to why this worked when it worked and would not have worked earlier. So anyway, so the idea was to bring science into computing. So where? Sorry, going backwards and forwards. Yeah. So So the idea was to bring in computing through computational thinking and focus on the fact that computational thinking is not the same as programming. And anyway, as we said, programming was not being taught in any meaningful way. Then we have seen these. So should I do something with this? Like, so there are all these standard now terms which go with computational thinking about decomposition and all that. But basically, the idea is that you want systematic problem solving, right? You want people to realize that not everything is just some guesswork or some flash of intuition or something. There are a lot of things which require some systematic counting and also requires understanding what are problems, sub-problems, working on them sequentially and so on. So more to the point that this is not only something that people who are going to eventually get into computer science or software need to learn, but it's a skill like any other skill that should be imparted to students from all backgrounds, regardless of what they are likely to do, because these are skills which they will need to do. Right? So some of the pictures that you will see are activities which CS Pathshala does in schools, and Sonia will talk about them. So yeah.
No, that's not single cut.
नहीं वो single cut नहीं यहाँ पे. So CS Pathshala was started through ACM India, and it's actually the origin was that there was Google had announced a program to fund creating communities of computer science teachers in underdeveloped countries, so to speak. And so they informed us that there was an opportunity to, this was an international thing. So we applied for a grant, and then when we got it to, no, ACM India put up. So the person who's not here, who's supposed to, should have been here making this presentation, Vipul Shah, who's leading CS Pathshala. So he was the one who kind of came up with a proposal, and we were lucky that it got accepted. And then in April of 2016, we called various people to launch this activity and try to give some shape to it. So since then, it has touched a lot of people. So Sonia tells me these numbers are current. So it reaches out in some way or another to about 8 lakh students, 40,000 schools, almost 20,000 teachers. And teacher training is a major component of this to keep it sustainable and moving forward. So the main focus, as I said, is to distance computational thinking from programming. So a lot of the activities and the content which is developed by CS Pathshala is actually what's called unplugged, which is it's a fancy word for paper and pencil or activity-based things, where you don't need a device essentially to do these things. So it is not limited by access to technology. And so a lot of teaching aids and skills, I mean, very much less, I would say, fancy than the CCL stuff, but some various things, tools, activities that teachers can use for conveying these ideas. And some of these ideas were developed initially. As I said, I was talking about this historical thing. So once the CS Pathshala movement started, a lot of volunteers came forward, many of them from IT industry, to develop these lessons, as it was called. See, because the point is that most schools don't have a curriculum or a fixed syllabus for teaching computer science at middle school, but a lot of them have an hour, depending on the school and the board and all that. They have an hour or so every week for something related to this. So the idea was you make it flexible, give them units which are sort of loosely connected, but there's no continuity that they have to start and finish 20 or 15, or they can do 5, they can do 100, whatever they have time for. So these individual lessons were created by a bunch of volunteers, and I claim that a bunch of volunteers were motivated by the fact that they realized how terrible this thing was for their own kids. Okay, this is my socio-historical take on why CS Pathshala got so many volunteers on board. So interestingly, at some point, so there is some background. I don't know who I am. No, I assume I'm Neeldhara, but so so some I don't remember exactly, but 5-6 years ago, Cambridge University Press suddenly came and they wanted to develop some CT material. And then I told them, why do you want to develop CT material? Here is a lot of CT material. And they actually took this and they've made these books, which are called Coding Sandpit for middle school. And actually they've come out with a second edition recently. So obviously somebody's buying it. And ACM actually.
Could you switch to the photograph? Because I think on Zoom, some people.
Sure. I should do one and not the other. Yeah.
I hope it's.
Yeah, so this actually brings revenue to CS Pathshala because they actually give some royalties. So, but more interestingly, Sonia was doing some activity and then somebody in this room said, "Ma'am, ye to CBSE ka activity hai." And then we found that actually some of these activities with reference have been actually included in this introduction to coding for middle school in CBSE. So there is some impact.
Unplugged has nothing to do with the Norway CS Unplugged.
It is related to that only. So CS Unplugged is a website which has a lot of things. So Unplugged is a general term referring to all such things. But it is definitely a lot of material comes from that inspiration, but a lot of it is also localized for our context. So this is CS Pathshala's overall story, and something has gone wrong. For focus. Oh yeah, because I tried to mute somebody. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Now I'll see. So this is an example of Unplugged, and Sonia will do something like this. So the idea is that you want to, one student has to instruct another student how to walk from one square to another so that they reach a target. So this idea of creating some instructions and following them and see if that, so that's part of the thought process that we want to inculcate, that, giving precise instructions, following instructions. These are all indirectly, of course, related to programming, but it's a part of many other things, to do things systematically and to understand what you're doing. So there has been some impact. It's not been very long. I mean, it's 2016, so now it's approximately 8 years coming up. And so there has been some feedback into the education policy. The policy talks about computational thinking, and some of the inputs did come explicitly from people involved with CS Pathshala. In some of the related to computing is area of maths called discrete maths, which has to do with not continuous maths. So instead of real numbers and functions and all that, you talk about counting and combinatorics and graphs and so on. So some of this has actually been incorporated into the middle school syllabus in Tamil Nadu school textbooks. So slowly one is seeing some tangible impact in the world out there, and so we hope that eventually there will be a more balanced treatment of these kind of topics in schools. So CS Pathshala has also been working. Initially, as I said, it was a volunteer. Even schools took part in it on a volunteer basis. So the trials were all based on schools' willingness to adopt it. But then by some persistent outreach to various things. So the Andhra Pradesh has this social welfare and tribal welfare schools, which are residential schools. So they are all using this material, and that's a large test bed in some sense for many of these activities. And also with other states, so it is a growing list of states. So that's why that reach is quite large. And as a part of this, as I mentioned, one of the important things is to actually bring together people and go beyond just dealing individually with students. You want to bring together people, make a community of teachers who are then able to create their own activities and take this forward. So one thing which I will talk about immediately after this is something called the Bebras Challenge. But then there's also an annual conference which has been held for the last 5 years called Computational Thinking in Schools, CTIS. Then there are regular webinars now that after Zoom people are quite used. Like even today, many of the people are attending online. And then also some awards to recognize people who have done things in this space. Right? So these are two things which are just to highlight. So the first one I will talk about a little bit more just now. This is Bebrus, which is a kind of a it's a computational thinking competition, not a very serious competition, but it is a challenge, as they call it, to get students engaged. And the second one on the right is a picture of the last CTIS. It was held in IISER Pune, and later Sonia will share details about this year's CTIS, which is also coming up in July. Okay, so that's a basic background about this. So now Neil has run away. So I'll figure out how to work this thing. One second. Oops. It was not good. Sorry, I don't know where Neil has put this file. Yeah. Now I think I have to share it. 1 second. Okay, so this is about Bebrus. So what is Bebrus? So Bebrus is but this is not an Acrobat, the browser. Okay. Oh, nice. See, I don't know if I'm in Zoom or not. See, that is some Zoom window. This one. No, none of these are good. That one. Not particularly good also, but anyway. I'm trying to get this stupid thing out of the way. But there's a way to do that. Okay, so Bebrus is a challenge. It's like a contest. So the idea was, it was created actually out of this, I mentioned this computing or informatics Olympiad. So the motivation originally, I think, was to create a population of students who would be interested in such things. So it was more to build interest than anything else. But then it has become more explicitly targeted towards this idea of promoting computational thinking. So that was not the original motivation, was just to popularize computer science in some sense, but it has become a little bit more computational thinking oriented. So it is a problem solving contest, and currently around 70 odd countries take part. There is some strange notion of being a member country and being an associate member. But anyway, so India is now a member country, so it has voting rights in how this thing runs and so on. So this format is quite interesting. So every country as a group contributes 10 to 15 problems around March. And then these problems are collected. So we have, I mean, not everybody contributes an equal number of problems. So there will usually be about 200, 250 problems will be submitted. And then in May, there is a workshop where actually each country sends 1 or 2 people, and we form groups of 8 to 10 people each, and each group is assigned about 20 problems. And then the goal of each group is to, among the 20 problems that they have got, to kind of rank them in terms of interest and refine them, because all of these problems have some issues with either the wording or the illustrations or some ambiguity and all that. And the idea is at the end of it to produce a short list of some 100 odd problems. And then each country can choose whichever problems it wants. Okay? So it's a very democratic kind of thing. So everybody contributes problems, you create a pool of problems every year, and these problems can be freely used. So each country, depending on the scale of the thing, will maybe use 20, 25, 30 problems out of these 100. They can choose which ones they feel are most appropriate for their students. So these problems are graded in the sense that they are designed for multiple age groups. So each problem, when the person sets a problem, is supposed to indicate what they believe is the appropriate age group for this. And the age group starts from real, like, lower primary, from first grade, 6 to 8 age group, up to high school. And each problem will be graded also in terms of the perceived difficulty for that age group. So the same task may be easy for a higher age group and hard for a smaller age group. So it could be used in multiple contexts. So that way, if you select 30 problems, you might deploy, I think typically a contest consists of 20 problems. So you might have 20 problems which you assign to the younger age group, and then maybe 15 of them you reuse and 5 more you take and you give them to the middle group and all that. And these are done through schools. It's not like a competitive exam, it's not like at one time. So there's a week or sometimes even 2 weeks when this is held. So each school picks a time and administers it. Everybody can take the exam, and there is no, prize or ranking, but of course there is some kind of scoring and there is a recognition of those who do well and all that. So it's a kind of informal, formal kind of. And one of the things that comes with each problem now, this has been more emphasized in the last few years, is that every person has to explain why this problem is actually something to do with computing. So it should not be just a maths problem. Okay, so this should not be just something which has to do with counting or arithmetic or some algebraic manipulation. So there has to be some justification as to what is the principle. So I'll give you some examples so you'll see what these problems look like. But you have to then explain to justify why this problem has something to do with computing. This is not part of the problem statement or solution, but it is useful for teachers later on if they want to use this or adapt these in their own classroom to explain certain things which they may want to depending on the age group. Right, so here is a typical problem. So this is a very simple problem for younger kids. So it has some rule, right? It says that in every row, the white flower should be closer to the fence than the blue flower. And then the younger children have to understand what this rule means and then decide which row has the correct arrangement with respect to this rule. Okay. So all of these are typically objective type things. The idea is that they have to, as I said, about 20 problems, so they have about 3 to 4 minutes per problem to solve them. Okay. So here is a more like a visualization problem. So imagine that you have some colored paper covered with some thin sheet which you can scratch and expose the color underneath. So the idea is that if you scratch out these figures, which of them will expose 3 colors? Right? So again, these are for smaller kids. So this is just intended to see if they can kind of visualize what is behind this gray. So this is something to do with spatial perception and stacking and all that. So you are throwing rings, and then you have to decide from that picture below which rings have actually fallen on the peg, and accordingly what is the score. So you get some score for, there's some rule saying how much you score for throwing the thing, and then, okay. Now you move to slightly more complicated things. So this is saying that there is a table and each row has some total and each column has some total, but one entry is wrong. Somebody has changed one entry in the table, figure out which one it is. Right? So this is connected to error correction and parity and all that. So you can basically check that there will be if one entry is wrong, then one row total will be wrong, one column total will be wrong. So you can find out from which row and which column it is, which entry is wrong and fix it. So that's what they are supposed to recognize. Right? So this is for a slightly older age group. This is more like a.
You extended that if two entries are wrong, then you cannot find it.
Yeah, so there will be some text which goes with that, which talks about the application and also the limitations and so on. But that's not part of this. So all of these are single shot problems. They don't have any extension, but there will be some that its informatics section will have some explanation and some extra material that teachers can use to extend or discuss or whatever. So that's the intention, that it should not just be a puzzle, it should have some connection. This is more like a puzzle. So it says, you have to move some car so that you can, some other car can leave, right? So this is more to do with rearrangements and so on. 2 other cars to be pushed before it can leave, right? So some of the cars are blocked, but you can see for example, the leftmost car, this one, the P, if it moves, then A, B and C can be released, but you can see that some so you can figure out which one needs to. Yeah? So this is a more direct thing which people can relate to. So this is talking about, essentially it's binary arithmetic. So these are coins which have some values which are in powers of 2, and then you have to make up 13 out of this. So then you have to figure out how many coins you will need, right, from this. So some of them are more directly connected to some obvious things. Some of them are more indirect. Some of them are, since they're designed for younger kids, some of them are simpler. For the older kids, some of them are more tedious. So it's a nice mix, and just going through these problems and sorting them out. So one of the motivations for showing all this is that we hope that some of you will contribute some raw material for this, because then we have to collect these 10-15 tasks. It's not that easy as it looks to come up with accessible tasks for this age group. So these are more complicated tasks. So you have some things to be made, you have some time constraint, how much it is made, and then it asks you which combinations are possible. Okay, so this is definitely for an older age group. And this is probably the last one. Yeah. And this one is again something to do with rearrangements like that. It's a little like the card problem. It's saying now you want to put this new plate so that they are arranged. So of course you could imagine that you would move all the plates right to make one slot for it. But actually you can take the second green plate and the left green plate, move it right, left yellow plate, move it right, and then in 2 plates moving, you can move that thing there, right? So so this is to do with sorting and minimal amount of movement and all that, right? So this is Bebras, which has become now one of the annual events which occupies a lot of time and effort on the part of CS Pathshala. And it also gives a little bit of, so sometimes you have to ask, how do you measure what is the impact of these things in terms of classwork? So this is not supposed to be an exam in some sense, but by engaging in this, at least you know how many schools are doing it seriously, and and especially if these tribal welfare or social welfare schools do well in this, I think it's a source of great encouragement to them. That and it's a little bit of a strange thing also for teachers sometimes, because very often when you say something like this, teachers immediately say that we will send the top students only to this, right? And first we have to kind of persuade them that you send everybody. And the second thing is, sometimes the students who do well in this are not the top students. And then it comes as a shock to the teacher also, that there are students who seemingly are very ineffective in their studies, but actually they are capable of doing something, and that gives a little bit of reinforcement to the student also to do better. So it has some social impact also that way. So I'll stop with that. Sonia is there to comment.
Yes, I have a question. Some of the I saw, like scratching, and a lot of these things can have their physical things also. Now my question to you is that sometimes I've heard, and this is a pedagogy thing, so I don't clearly understand. Like, do you think that it is possible that children, can I consider that as a harder skill for you to do without any physical thing, and vice versa?
That may be. So,
a paper, if you give me like those plates
And move it.
then ask me to do versus you want me
Yeah.
to imagine and do. Can I? Is the
Yeah, so-
ability clear that one is harder, one is more, less, this, that?
Yeah, so let me answer that question. So let me first repeat the question. I don't know if the audience got the question, but the question is that some of these problems which are there could also be presented as a physical task. Like you're giving those plates or you're given that scratched out paper and you can do it with the thing tangibly in front of you versus imagining it. So I do agree that this is harder. But actually the Bebras thing, no, I think that it's not clear to me, but I feel it is harder to do it abstractly without having the concrete thing. But more, I mean, depending on the technology available in some countries where they have built, I mean, so this requires also to have a dedicated platform to run these tasks. So they have some tasks where these are actually animated. So you can actually take these plates and move them. Right? So the solution need not require only doing it in an abstract space or on pencil and paper. You can actually effectively do it as though they were real objects, but because it cannot be deployed in that sense, but at least it is more activity based. So in India, because of the variety of schools where it is given, we cannot assume that such. So, but I think that this is something which people have considered, that, making some of the problems kind of drag and drop or, move this to the.
And this is not pedagogical again.
No.
Because, I mean, other than some people in the lab who, when they pick the plate, they might just drop it and break it. But other than, so it might be very hard. But I'm saying seriously that there is a lot of debate which says that you learn more by doing, touching. And all that. So what does that mean? So should I always assume that it is more hard to do in my head versus I might get some other skills, this and that? So in total, can I say that this is more and this is less? That is where I.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say. My instinct is that it is better to teach these things along with some some tactile feedback, but it's also not practical in some sense to do it in all cases. So I would support trying to do this in as many situations. So I think some of the things Sonia does will probably illustrate some of these things. Yeah.
Questions which were listed down. Do you feel that having, let's say, starting with some trivial problem and with the same context, you wanted to level up and have the 5 questions on the same context, or you wanted to keep it, or what is the preference when you have a 15 to 25? If you wanted to have all of them independent to each other?
Yeah, so I think we try to balance out types of problems. Some of them are rearrangement, some of them are following instructions, some of them are more math oriented and so on. But exactly the same problem with different levels of difficulty is sometimes hard to do because you also have these illustrations and all these things, and it's hard to change them. And, I can understand that you could take the same problem and make it slightly harder, but that's, I think, not normally done. There are some cases where it is like that. There are some problems which are suggested in 2 different forms, where the easier form is there and there's a harder form and you can choose, and one might be, but it's very comparatively rare to do that.
The parity one can have a.
Yeah, so you could imagine some of these problems, you could have multiple ways of posing the question at different levels of difficulty.
Similarly, the movement of.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Thank you.
We have to now figure out this.
Yeah, Jyoti is supposed to help me. Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to everybody. And first, I would just like to answer Manish's question. So, for the benefit of everybody who's online also, I'll speak a bit in Hindi. The thing is, we work not only with schools which have access to technology. So, especially in Odisha, where the tribal children participate, you know what they do? They take these tasks, draw them on chart paper. So, all of you who came to CTIS last year would have seen, वो charts लेकर आई थी teacher. तो वो chart पे task draw करते हैं और फिर solve करते हैं. And a lot of schools, what they do is, Bebras challenge खत्म होने के बाद, now our 2023 booklet will be uploaded. Then they take those tasks to the classroom and they make physical models of it so that, it is open to everybody to come and solve. So,
a lot of excitement, a lot of activity can be done using these Babe stars. So my request to all of you is you go to baberush.in, that's our website. I will share the resources with you. And also what happens is that we don't only conduct it in English, right? It is conducted in Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and Odia. Right? So the whole idea is for inclusion so that none of the children have a problem participating. So हमारे AP Swaris के teachers अभी join किए हैं. A lot of those children take it in Telugu, right? We have people in Karnataka taking it in. So last year we had a lot of community children participating. So they were like एक ही community में, they were like, you know, especially urban population in Kolkata, in Pune, एक ही community में 7-8 languages में चल रहा था क्योंकि migrant population है. So the whole idea is that language should not be a constraint. It's in her email, yeah.
Yeah, Neil's email.
In Neil's email, yeah. So can we just call her? But in any case, that's okay. Okay, so
Does it tell you?
it doesn't matter when you figure it out. I'll continue. So there's another thing that I was telling everybody in CS Pathshala, and Madhavan already mentioned कि हम unplugged activities करते हैं, right? So ये तो technology, we'll figure it out. It's not a problem here. But in most places when we go for teachers training, this is a challenge, right? और दूसरा, जिन teachers के साथ हम काम करते हैं, they do not have access to all these resources, right? Yeah, you can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to start with an unplugged activity, like Madhavan said. So it is teaching computing without the use of computers. So we have 2 teachers who have volunteered, Yamuna and Jamini. Jamini, come, Aja. I've emailed it to Neildhara.
Yeah.
Okay. Come. So first you can introduce yourselves. Can we have a mic for them? So for everybody who's online also, Yamuna is going to give instructions. And whatever instructions she gives, whatever you understand, everybody draw. Because हम online वालों को भी बोलेंगे कि तुम video on करके दिखाओ, ठीक है? So over to Yamuna. Yamuna, you should tell your school name and probably because for the benefit of everybody.
Okay, I'm Yamuna. I'm from Bangalore. I'm not from any particular school. I teach a bunch of homeschool students. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to give a set of instructions for you all to draw dots in 5 rows. This is a typical column pattern, the Rangoli pattern. Okay. So first I'm starting with the 3rd row. So basically you leave some space at the top and the bottom so that you have enough space. So the 3rd row, so I want you all to draw 3 dots, equidistant dots in a horizontal line at the center of the page. Center of the page, draw 3 dots, equidistant dots. So there has to be some space between the dots.
I hope everybody has blank papers, otherwise we have some for you all, right?
Okay, anybody need paper? You need paper?
Yeah, we can just give some. Idhar hai.
Done with the 3rd row, that is 3 dots with some space between them, equidistant dots at the center of the page. Done? Okay, now I'm going to give the instruction for the 4th row. So there are 2 spaces between the 3 dots, correct? So at the center of those spaces, draw a dot, like each of the space between the 2 dots. In the middle of them, draw another dot. So you should get 2 dots in the 4th row. Done? That is space between the 2 dots. So you have to place another dot. In the middle of the space between the 2 dots, draw another dot. Done? Okay. Now draw an equidistant dot to the right and to the left of the dots, the 2 dots that you have drawn.
But right now we can stop.
This is still the 4th row that I'm giving the instruction on.
For now we can stop.
Okay. the same row that you drew two dots at the center of the spaces. So to the right and to the left of those two dots, draw two more dots onto the right and the left in the same row, the fourth row. This completes the fourth row. So repeat the same thing at the top. So that forms the second row. Okay. So the same thing. So it will just be the replica of the fourth row. Okay. Done. So now I'm going to give instruction for the first row. So what do I say? The third row, the centermost dot that you have drawn should align with the dot on the first row. Okay, do the same thing at the bottom, which forms the fifth row. Only one dot that aligns with the centermost dot. That's all. So the first row and the fifth row has only one dot. Second row and the fourth row has 4 dots, and the third row has 3 dots. Is that clear? Okay. Now, from the topmost, that the first row, first dot, connected to the second row, second dot, straight line. Okay. From the first row, first dot, the only dot, connected to the second row, third dot. Second row, second dot, first row, first dot connected to the second row, second dot. And again, the next instruction is from the same first dot, the first row, first dot connected to the second row, third dot. Done? Now the second row, second dot connected to the third row, center dot. And do the same thing for the third row, second row, third dot to the third row, center dot. You should get a parallelogram, or if you have drawn equidistant dots, you should get a rhombus. Right? Is that done? Okay. Now, from the second row, second dot connected to the second row, first dot. From wherever you stopped, that is second row, first dot connected to the third row, first dot. And again, complete the rhombus or parallelogram, or connect that dot to the centermost point again, the third row, centermost point. Able to follow? Okay. Now from, I think you can repeat the same thing onto the right side because it's symmetrical. That is from the second row, third dot, you can connect it to the last dot and then complete the rhombus or the parallelogram. Now you can repeat the same instruction at the bottom so that you have another symmetrical figure over there. So whatever you did at the top, you can do the same thing at the bottom.
Message. Yes. Yes, bold. Yes.
So you should get a flower kind of a figure. Okay, I think I'm done with the instructions.
Okay. Thank you. Now hold the mic. Okay, so now we want a couple of teachers to show us what you do. Okay. Can we get, Jay, can we show them in the camera too so that others can see as well? उन्होंने जो draw किया है, if you can on the camera to the online participants as well. आ जाओ. Okay, how easy was it? How easy was it to follow her instructions? दिखा? Perfect. Yeah, brilliant. Thoda pass. And we can have some of the online participants also to show. Okay, so was it easy to follow the instructions? Was it difficult to follow? Easy to follow? Everybody agrees easy to follow, right? And रंगोल, हाँ क्या हुआ? It was not easy. आपने क्या draw किया? दिखाओ. That's okay. It's absolutely fine. Yeah. तो आपका क्या बना? Okay. आपका? बन गया ना? हाँ, आपने तो दिखा दिया. आपका भी बन गया. Okay. Exactly the point that I was coming to. अगर आप ऐसे देखो, it is so simple, right? So when we start with, and since a lot of you are ICT teachers, computer science teachers, right? तो क्या होता है? Following instructions very easy. Madhavan's robot game also that he showed. If I tell you कि we do it all the time in the training program, I'll show you how we do that as well. But also another thing is कि जब इन्होंने रंगोली बनाई, right? Can I see that? Okay, तो इन्होंने भी क्या किया पता है? पहले पेन से छोटी वाली बनाई, right? And then Yamuna gave her instructions and said, okay, now I am giving you instructions and you draw it. So what were we doing? हम क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे? Online also you can please put on the chat box, right? What were we doing? You were following instructions. What was she doing?
I was testing.
Visualizing. Okay, what else was she doing? और क्या कर रही थी वो?
I was testing if my instructions work and
She was testing if the instructions work. Okay, brilliant. Anybody else? क्या कर रही थी वो? Yeah, specific instructions. हाँ जी. Right? So I want to understand from all of you. आप लोग सब instructions follow कर रहे थे. But after drawing the rangoli, who devised the algorithm? Who devised the algorithm? Who designed the instructions? Yamuna did. So what I was coming to the point was, we do not want our children only to follow instructions. What do we want them to do? They should start devising algorithms. The idea of taking this activity was to just bring about that difference. और आपको मैं बोलूं कि एकदम simple रंगोली था. Right, like Venki said, right? She was very specific. Like majority of us got it. Geeta said it. Okay, I thought you said it. Anyway, so you said it on behalf of Geeta. Okay, great. So another thing I want to tell you that if you are not precise in your instructions, we'll land up with what they landed up with, right? ऐसे देखो तो it is so, and I want to ask all of you. मतलब अभी तो चलो there is Google Maps and everything. अगर कोई आप अच्छा simple thing like we coming from the guest house to this place, right? So Madhavan said every day we have to follow a new route, right? And you'll remember some landmark, you'll land up somewhere else, and then you say, oh, this was not the shorter path. The one that we used yesterday was shorter, right? But if supposing you invite me to your house, she knows me, so she might invite, right? Or Jyoti might invite us. So अगर आप रास्ते में आईटी के स्टूडेंट्स को भी पूछते जाओगे, आप थोड़ी आगे जाके बोलोगे, अरे I want to go there. Is this the right path? You keep reconfirming because you are not confident of other people's directions. So a simple thing like, and if you come from Pune, if you come to Pune, they will tell you, अरे वो कोने पे आके गणपति मंदिर है, वहां से लेफ्ट हो जाओ. अरे पुणे में हर कोने पे गणपति मंदिर है. अरे कौन सा गणपति मंदिर है, right? So when we are giving directions, we are not precise, right? So the whole idea of doing this was to bring about that. How do you devise an algorithm? And why I wanted to demonstrate it also was, and I want to hear their feedback, how did they feel doing this activity, of course both of them, was to just bring about this part, okay? So you want to share any feedback, what did you feel?
Yeah, now I see that many of them have not understood, so I know that I have to go back and correct, like just because one of them got it.
What did you feel?
I good feeling today. Nice workshop.
नहीं, ये एक्टिविटी करके कैसा लगा आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लगा है. ये एक्टिविटी से हमको बच्चे को जो एल्गोरिदम का जो स्टेप्स हम समझा सकते हैं, वो वैसा हमको फीलिंग हुआ कि हम जो भी हमको बताना है वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप उसके माइंड में हम डालेंगे तो वो अच्छे से प्रैक्टिकल भी कर सकते हैं.
Everybody agrees? So do you think you can take it to the classroom tomorrow? That's my question to you. Can you go tomorrow, you go to school and can you take this activity for your students? Can you do that?
It has to be refined, like
Whatever,
each
yeah.
step has to be refined.
Yeah, you can do it and see actually देखने में वो रंगोली simple था, वो रंगोली simple नहीं था. And if I would be in your place, I would just take. And when I told them draw rangoli, मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला. मैं बोला आप अपने चॉइस का रंगोली बनाओ. अगर मुझे कोई बोला तो मैं 4 dots डालती,
Square
बनाती और diagonals draw करती, हो गया. Right? So also leave the choice. So generally what happens is once you do this activity, then you can ask other students to do it, right? Make one student draw the rangoli and ask the child to give the instructions so that, they learn to devise algorithms. Is everybody feeling sleepy? खाना बहुत अच्छा था? Thank you so much. Okay. खाना बहुत अच्छा था. अब फिर आप बोलोगे थोड़ी देर में भी चाय चाहिए, right? So she's removed my slides, but generally all our training programs are like this, we make teachers stand and do everything. So now I want you to do one more very small activity. You have to assume I don't drink chai, but you have to assume that I don't know how to make chai. Okay, so teach me how to make 1 cup of tea, but I want each one of you to write the instructions. Okay, just 1 cup of tea. Can all of you write the instructions? Everybody here drinks chai? मेरे जैसा कोई और है? आप पर चाय बना लेते हो कि नहीं बनाते? ठीक है, बना लेते हो ना तो फिर लिख दो. So I want every. अगर उसके अलावा कोई टेक्निक है पता नहीं पड़ती. हाँ, टी बैग डालो. नहीं, okay. Another thing is टी बैग हो जैसे आप बताओ मत मुझे. आप जैसे बनाते हो वैसे बनाओ. But I need you to write the instructions to make 1 cup of tea. पर आप तो हम आपको सिखाते हैं, हमारे हमारे साथ. Come quickly, come. Absolutely come. Brilliant. I need people on my side of the team. Yeah, come. Take your time. They'll take some time to write. शिल्पा लिख दिया. जय, चाय शिल्पा बनाती है, आप बनाते हो. ज्योति ने ऑलरेडी बोल दिया होगा कि भैया मैं तो फिल्टर कॉफी बनाती हूँ, है ना ज्योति? नहीं, चाय. So make 1 cup of tea. चलो जो भी. Once you're done, let me know. Yeah, at some point of time I would like them on. Okay, great. Yeah, online you can put it on in the chat box, okay, your algorithm to make a cup of tea. I like the number. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so thank you. No, previous. So just teach me how to make a cup of chai. Once you're done, let me know. Hey. ऑनलाइन नहीं चेक कर सकते आप? जैसे बनाते वैसे बनाओ. नील धारा बोलेगी मुझे कोल्ड है, मुझे अदरक वाली चाय पिला दो, है ना? Done? Okay, so one of you, can you read your instructions? So what's your name? Aniket. So Aniket can make that cup of tea. Of course. Can we get the give her the mic?
Is there a cup and a kettle to perform a practical demonstration?
Shilpa ke paas. No, our online audience will not be able to hear you otherwise. Can the online audience also unmute if they want to?
Can unmute.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, then we'll have them.
First of all, we are making a chai on the gas, normal, not in microwave.
Okay.
Take the utensil, near about uska size 200 ml rakho aap. Then
Yes, take the utensil.
and you can take
You're a robot.
Steel utensil.
Sorry?
Steel
utensil. Okay.
Then first take 75 ml of water and measure the cup and then pour the water in that utensil. Now switch on the gas.
Okay.
After that, boil it for some minutes, one minute. Then add 75 ml of then little boil, then add 1 teaspoon of chai patti in that. Then little boil for a half minute. Then add 75 ml of milk in that. Then boil it for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. Then take a one stir to just usko hilane ke liye. Then depending on your taste, if you want to boil it थोड़ा ज़्यादा dark tea या ज़्यादा आपको वो चाहिए, then you do it like that way. Otherwise, if you are comfortable with the light tea, then stop your burner after 4 minutes. Can take something to hold that and take one, we generally called it chai channi kind of.
Chai channi, brilliant, chai channi, of course.
Then
पकड़ और चाय छन्नी चाहिए.
पकड़ and चाय छन्नी चाहिए. हाँ. उसके बाद आप उसको छानिए. हाँ. And then switch off the gas.
100, 200.
Brilliant. Thank you.
100, 150.
Yeah, okay. Very detailed, very good. You learned how to make 1 cup of chai, right?
I couldn't, I just saw.
Okay. We'll give it to you. She has it. Anybody else? और कोई बताएगा? Okay, there's one online. Can somebody read it? Okay.
But
Pound 1 elaichi pod, clove, 1 inch of ginger, and add these 1 spoon of sugar to half a cup of water. Boil this mixture. After it boils, add 1 spoon of tea powder. Boil this mixture again. After it boils, add half a cup of milk. Boil this mixture again. Brilliant. Pass this mixture to a filter into the cup. Enjoy your tea. Brilliant. Very good. We have to refine it. Okay. Anybody else? Hanji. Can we give him the mic?
So steps are quite simple for me. I'll boil the water. First, put the water for boiling.
Hanji.
And then I will take a tea bag and allow it to brew for about 2 minutes. Then I add some milk powder, and then tea is ready for me.
Okay, great. Brilliant. Anybody else?
Ma'am.
Okay. She wants. You should tell your name also, right? So then I'm very bad with names. You can ask Yamuna. I have to ask them to write their names and give me later. But you should tell your names.
I'm Tanushree, ma'am.
Okay, Ramya here. Get ingredients ready. 1/4 cup water, 1/2 cup milk, 1 teaspoon tea powder, 2 teaspoon sugar, 1/2 teaspoon crushed ginger, and a teapot, either steel or aluminum, around 200 ml. Switch on the gas, place the teapot, add water and ginger as measured. Let it boil for 2 minutes. Add tea powder, add sugar, boil it for another 2 minutes. Add milk, boil it for another 2 minutes. Switch off the gas, filter the tea, serve it hot.
Very good. Brilliant. There's one more online. Can't see the whole thing. Okay. So so as teachers, I want to tell you one thing. Ki everybody who probably you've written it, some of you have shared it, people are sharing online. Honestly, tell me that different ways of making that same cup of tea, and it is chai. अगर सर ने बोला मैं टी बैग डालूंगा, है ना, किसी ने बोला मैं अदरक डालूंगा, वैष्णवी ने ऑनलाइन बोला कि वो अदरक भी डालेगी, क्लव भी डालेगी, right? Name it. Honestly, to solve the same problem, there are multiple solutions. And as a teacher, and I'll tell you another thing, that just to make a cup of tea, right? And why I was demonstrating this activity was, we need to give everybody time to think. So don't rush through any activity, right? And the whole idea of doing the Rangoli activity was also so that you understand the pedagogy of how you should take it to the classroom. So when Madhavan said, right, that one of the main focus areas that CS Pathshala has is teacher capacity building is, see, we have content for 180 lessons. I will show you one of the lessons that we have if we have time, otherwise you can go online and see. But what is more important is, how do you take the activity to the classroom? So generally we do these demonstrative activities so that you can, so from different thematic areas, so that you can take it. And when Madhavan showed the slide on computational thinking, right? So also, if we count the number of people in the hall, right? You want to count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24.
24. Okay? 24. How do you make sure that he's counted everybody? What is the mechanism he used to count? What process did he use? So I want all of you to stand up. Everybody stand up for a minute. Everybody stand up for a minute. Okay? And you count, you say, so we'll start with 1 with Jay, and then you sit down. Okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15.
పొద్దున్న సమస్య చేయండి చేయమని చెప్పా కదా.
I miscounted by 1.
So he miscounted, right? So that is not the intention. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had miscounted. Okay, sorry. But the whole idea is, so the first thematic area that CS Panchala has, systematic counting, listing and reasoning, right? So how do you make sure that you have counted all the objects? So somebody said they teach from grade 1, but what I'm trying to say is that when we are in grade 1 itself, you'll be given 10 marbles or 10 chocolates, and then you teach a child how to count, right? So this is systematic counting, listing and reasoning, right? And that's why I asked him, how did he do the counting? He went on. Right? So another thing I want to tell you, so even if we say you are 23 and you and me, we're 25 of us. Now he doesn't know how to make chai, right? So if I tell him, go make chai for 25 people, I promise you at 4 o'clock, none of you will have that chai. Right? So what do? We have a larger problem. We decompose it into a smaller one. We teach him how to make 1 cup of tea. Boss, 1 cup of tea aa gaya? So you can solve a larger problem, and then you will be more confident of making 45 and 25 and whatever. So the whole idea is to decompose the problem, get the solution, then you can do generalization, and then you can solve larger problems. And I'm going to tell you a secret. My daughter has a friend, okay, and she's done computer science, doing a master's in the US. She knew how to make 2 cups of tea. She would make for her dad and mom. So if we chale jaye, so I don't drink chai, so only my husband drinks chai. So he's like, uncle, the recipe garbad ho gaya. I don't know how to make 3 cups of tea. No, this is practical. I'm not joking. This is reality. And Sonia auntie doesn't drink chai, so then I can double the recipe and we'll have 4 cups of tea. So the mom will say, "Acha, tu 4 cup bana le, main 2 cup pee lungi." But what I'm saying is, this is how he looked towards problem solving.
I used to, I was making Maggie, right, at home. And then like,
కడిగి నీళ్ళతో ఏమైనా కనిపిస్తుందేమో చూడు దిగినట్టు.
how do I make 2 cups of
మా ఈ
Maggi?
గ్లాస్ లో మొన్న ఎవరో ముళ్ళు గుచ్చుకుంది ఏదో
How much
చెప్పారు
water
నాకు
do I
ఎవరు
need
వాళ్ళు.
to add now?
So you get it? So then that is why you need to know the solution of the problem. And then, so later on, if you look at all the examples in CS Panchala, we will talk about Sudoku, we'll talk about counting combination with conditionals, various problems that you have, and the syllabus is graded from grade 1 to 8. But believe me, teachers who are in the 9th, 11th, 12th, you can still pick up activities from them. It's not restrictive at all. And like yesterday, when Shriram was also asking, and we were having this whole conversation, it is a syllabus document, well designed. So, and you can implement it incrementally. So now we are in the month of February, right? So if you go back and decide, आपको एक दो lesson classroom में करके देखना है,
1 2 3
feel free to do that.
2 3 power 6.
You can look at the syllabus document. You need to reach out to us. We're more than happy to help you. And then incrementally, you can start adding lessons on algorithm, on patterns. Have a look at it. There's a systematic curriculum document given on our website and the syllabus document. Yeah, you can go. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah.
Most of the time when we do problem decomposition in computing, we are not decomposing into n instances of the same problem, right? Like it's heterogeneous, not homologous. And so that seems to me like a particularly bad example of problem. Sorry. This seems to me it seems to be a particular.
So you are saying it should be heterogeneous?
Yeah, it should be heterogeneous. That's the kind of problem decomposition we usually have. Like when you do planning, problem planning, you have heterogeneous tasks, not homologous tasks.
Yeah, but I think we can do it with homogeneous too, right?
No, that's not the kind of thing we normally do in computing, right? That's just iteration. That's not problem decomposition.
No, but I'm not saying this is computing. I'm just giving an example of a daily life example in which you can decompose the problem and go. I'm not saying that's
another computational thinking
no,
example.
no. I was taking this problem and actually I was talking about the chai example also to open up their minds to say that there are multiple ways to make a cup of tea.
But you also brought that up in the context of testing. But again, in testing, that's not what happens, right? Testing, we test against a specification, not against a second implementation.
So we should test against your specification of a cup of tea if we are making it for you.
That's what testing means.
Yeah, correct. So we should make it based on the person for whom you are making the chai, right? Yeah, there has to be specifications. Correct. Yeah. Can I get to my slides? Where does it go? Yeah, so we've done Rangoli, and okay, this is what I wanted to come to. So basically it has been, this is like we've been talking about this since 2016, we've been working with so many teachers. So our experience has been that teacher skills is very, very important. And the whole idea is to develop the teacher skills so that, you know, they can develop this problem solving and skill in their students, right? So what do we do to do that? So we conduct these sort of interactive sessions during our teachers training program. We impart some CT knowledge during this activity, problem solving and logical reasoning, systematic approach. And one more point that I want to mention is creativity and local adaptation, right? So if you see the picture that is there, it is from one of our Andhra Pradesh schools, and where they are doing counting combinations. So instead of doing it in the notebook with, you know, coloring it with different, creating those boxes and coloring it with different colors that are given, they have taken paper and made boxes, and then she's trying to put them together to show you how you can create various combinations. So I'll show you a couple of more pictures. Rangoli we've done. And this is just a snapshot of the CS Pathshala curriculum that I was talking about, and you can have a look at it on our website. How much time do I have, Jay? 4 o'clock? Okay. Yeah, that's what. So I'm just going to show you, this is the local adaptation that I was telling you about. So this is how Sudoku is taken to the classroom, right? So, and this example of the 4x4 Sudoku that you see here, this is taken by one of our ashram school teachers. So, in the ashram schools, when the students come, right, to 5th grade, a lot of them have not done any primary level education, right? So, they're not even very, very comfortable. They have a fear for maths, you know, they don't understand 1, 2, 3, 4. They speak the local tribal dialect. So, she's picked up 4 of the local fruits to do a 4x4 Sudoku. Right? And this is obviously they've taken it across different examples, different things to do this. Okay. I don't think we'll have time to do guess my birth date, so I'm skipping it for now. This is another very, very popular activity that we have in CS Pathshala. It's guess my birth date. And this is how teachers take it to the classroom. Tic-tac-toe. And I was telling this example during lunch, you know, how tic-tac-toe helps children develop a winning strategy. So you may think that it's like a very, very simple thing, and in this particular school they were just taking chalk and doing it on the floor. This is our tribal villages from Gujarat and Maharashtra, and I want to tell you a little story about this teacher. So I was here in Gujarat, we conducted the teachers training program in Idar. And at that point of time, we gave them CDs, okay, of the CS Pathshala content. And as usual for feedback, in the sense you will ask people in CS Pathshala family and they'll say, yes, Sonia will call and ask, did you implement the lesson? Did you face any difficulty? I called up the teacher, ki, sir, aapne kiya? So he said, madam, CD nahi chal raha tha. So I said, sir, ek baar aap dobara try karenge? So he said, theek hai, main karta hu. You will not believe it, on Monday, he sends me this photo. Okay. So he had taken the 4x4 Sudoku using symbols. Okay. And on the 3rd day, he sends me 6x6 Sudoku with numbers. So what I was trying to tell you was that we have created this WhatsApp group. So even for Gujarat, every taluka they had their WhatsApp group. And जब इस teacher ने करके photo डाला, all the other teachers were able to, that initial hesitation is there, right? How will I do the activity? How do I take it to the classroom? So basically the whole community of practice that gets built through a WhatsApp group or through a learning circle, whatever mechanism that you have, that is very, very helpful to implement curriculum. Yes. Pardon me?
What problems do Sudoku solving skills transfer to?
What problems?
I don't know of a single problem that it transfers to. I mean, I'm not a puzzle
It's
guy.
just, I don't think so.
No, but the point of teaching problem solving and is...
No. So Sudoku is a means to teach them a systematic approach to problem solving. It is not about teaching them to solve Sudoku. It's just one of the games.
So what technique do you teach them for Sudoku? So you do like exhaustive search?
Yes. Yeah, properly. So it's not solved intuitively. Yeah. So there is a Sudoku lesson I'll show it to you later. How do they solve the Sudoku and then how do they move from a 4x4 to a 6x6 to a 9x9 Sudoku. Okay, so these are just examples of using patterns. And these are all the unplugged activities that I'm showing you, but we also have Scratch programming and Python in the older classes. And this is, I was talking about shortest path. So this is an example and how these, like Manish was asking, right? So they take the map of their own school, they will draw it, they will explore the different paths and then find out what is the shortest path. Okay, this is again algorithmic thinking. And I will come back to this particular slide. So Madhavan mentioned about Babe Ruth Challenge. So this year we had a participation of more than 200,000 students across 22 states and 2 union territories in India. And we run this challenge for free, but the only constraint is it has to be run through a school. Right? We do not allow individual students to directly register. So if there are students in your schools who would like to participate, you can become a coordinator for Babe Ruth. And generally the challenge is run in the last 2 weeks of November. This time what happened, we were running it in the last 2 weeks and then center se circular aaya, Diwali holidays got extended, so we had to run it for 3 weeks to make time for. So this whole Babe Ruth challenge is planned according to school academic calendar so that all of you can get 2 weeks to participate. You can run it on any day and it runs 24 hours. So we started on 6 a.m. on a Monday and then it ends 2 weeks later on Saturday at midnight. Okay, and coming to CTIS is a conference that we run. Now we are getting into the 6th edition. The whole idea of running this conference is to give a platform to teachers like all of you to share your experience of the classroom. And another thing is that you should not feel that, oh, I have not done adequate, that I cannot write an abstract. So it is a simple Word document. We have people in TCL, we have Jay and Aditi who have been part of CTIs. They have submitted their abstract, they have presented. So I'm sure they will be more than happy to guide any of you if you would like to submit an abstract. And for the abstract submission, on this Saturday, we'll be running a Chai Pe Charcha session. So this is an online session that we run and we call it Chai Pe Charcha because it's literally Chai Pe Charcha. So you come join us on a Zoom call. You can share your ideas, you can listen to other people's ideas, and we'll walk you through the call for abstracts, explain the process in detail. These are all the thematic areas that are listed. Does not matter, your abstract may not be part of this thematic area. We are open to whatever submission you want to send us, so do not hesitate. And also if your abstract gets selected, we provide mentoring support so that you can present at the national conference if it gets selected. We have an extensive program committee and we also have extended CS Pachala family who is happy to help, and we have Madhavan, Venki, all of them are part of the review team. So the abstracts that come in are reviewed, the selected abstracts get a chance to present, And we are hoping to have a regional conference for Gujarat. So you must send in your submissions. Okay, so this is, I will share this PPT and you can share it with everybody. And yeah, I'll stop now. So in case anybody has any questions. Register where, sorry? CTIS. CTIS, if you are going to send it an abstract, we will share the details. It's on the CTIS website. I can walk you through the CTIS website. This site, yeah. So, do you have their email IDs? Can we share, share the details? You can. No, that is Babris, right? That is Babris. CTIS is the conference. Babris will happen in November, so we open registration in October. No, it's free. And what I would suggest in the meantime is go to babris.in. We have our booklets uploaded from 2018 till now. Download the English booklets. And I have a couple of Hindi and Gujarati booklets. If anybody is interested, you can have a copy. And you can, run these activities in the classroom, like Madhavan was suggesting. You can take them in your. And it has the solution and it has the reasoning for why it is computational thinking in the booklet. Madhavan refused to share it. All open. Yes. Everything is under Creative Commons license. You can go to the resources page and you can download. Yes, so I need Neeldhara's help. Neeldhara, can you open CS Pathshala website?
ఇబ్బందులు ఉన్న రేపు వాళ్ళే చూసేది
Yes, so I'll just answer Vaishnavi's question in the meanwhile. So CS Pathshala is a 100% volunteer driven initiative and like we need volunteers for like one of the things that Madhavan has already mentioned is contributing tasks to Babris. We need help for translation of Babris tasks to different languages, for creating, a master trainers pool for conducting teachers training programs. So there is a lot of opportunity for any of you who would like to volunteer with us. Yeah, Vaishnavi, I hope that answers your question. Resources.
ఎక్కువసేపు పడుకోవాలా పొద్దున కూడా ఎమ్మటే లేచిపోయింది.
Yeah. So you can go to the resources page and you will see there's a CS Pathshala curriculum document. That is the curriculum.
మిమ్మల్ని
Can you open the CS
నిద్రపోనిస్తుందా
Pathshala syllabus
రాత్రిపూట?
document so I can just show it. Yeah.
అయ్యో
Okay, so this is what the CS Pathshala syllabus looks like. Okay, the different thematic areas, so we can just go to one of the classes, right? And we have given you a 3-year implementation plan so that in the first year you don't have to take all the lessons, right? Don't worry about it. So, 1 minute, if you can just stop here. So, there is a lesson code, right? Year 1, year 2, year 3, and like we were doing the systematic counting, right? So, systematic counting, and this is the lesson. So, you can click on that lesson, you will be able to see a PowerPoint presentation, which is a slide deck for the teachers to take it to the classroom, a lesson plan, and also a student worksheet. Yeah, you can show, yeah. So this is all created by our volunteers. Okay, so there is a worksheet that you can directly take to the classroom. And every lesson, there's a lesson plan with the goal of the lesson that will guide you how you can. Oh, so you open Rangoli. Great. So this is a Rangoli example again, right? So you could have taken this. This is really simple. So it also teaches you how to draw the Rangoli. So draw the Rangoli as you like. So even though I was taking this example like that, when you go to the CS Pathshala syllabus, you'll be able to see these as proper lessons, right? Yeah. Anything else you want to know? Yeah.
Whatever I am doing, when the teacher is going to do that,
Doesn't matter.
whatever I am wanting to translate, the students not being translated. Like how do you ensure?
So by ensuring that they conduct the activity with us in the classroom.
So
So that's why I got them, right? So during lunch, I was talking to them and get 2 volunteers and ask them to come and do it with you. So if I would have taken Sudoku, we would have 4 mini grids. And then generally we call the teachers to come and do it. And then like today's session is obviously not a full day CS Pathshala session. Otherwise what we do is we do the activity and then get teachers to conduct the activities with us. In the training too. Yeah, so once you get them, like, okay, I'll tell you, when I was talking to both of them, they told me, we are not sure we want to do this here. We can do it in the classroom, right? So, but you have to tell me that when you actually conducted the activity, you become more confident. And then another thing is that you are talking about dialogue. So, you know the videos that they share of activities? So you should, and one of the key things to do to ensure that this does not, you know, you are able to continue teacher engagement through various media that you have, so that you are also able to do a refresher, do corrective action, right? It may be, yeah, sorry.
What's the answer to the question?
Demonstrate it, demonstrate the activity.
How do you know that they do it when they take it back to their classroom?
Yeah, so they send us, so there is, see, this is all anecdotal evidence that we get back, right? Through maybe a video of them doing the activity or through photographs of the activity being conducted.
But the ones who don't do it won't send you the video.
Yeah, but you know, I'll tell you another thing, that when we do such large scale training programs, we may not have 100% teach. See, and the thing is that our curriculum is not part of a fixed curriculum, right, that they're taking. And I'm sure that is the same thing with CCL, because you are taking this as an additional activity. So initially you might also realize that only the motivated teachers will take it. Once it's part of a school curriculum is when, so where we have the mega group of schools, right, they have inculcated it part of their main curriculum. So they have their master trainers in the school itself. So the master trainers are the trainers. We've created these community resources at each level. So they have a audit system and they have all those internal systems to ensure that the delivery of the content is done systematically. But that is because they have integrated it part of their curriculum. Now CCL activity is also an after school activity, right? So in that we cannot ensure. You see, we cannot even ensure that if we have 200 teachers being trained, we can't ensure that all 200 will take the activity to the classroom, right? So that's a constraint around which we have to work.
What about if you want to scale it to UG level teaching? What would you not do about this?
Maybe we should have Madhavan answer this question.
My question is just only actually.
We can give Madhavan the mic, no?
There is a mic right here.
Somewhere.
What ways this Pathshala can be used?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer to that question. So, but certainly I think there is a lack of, I mean, many of the programming courses that are taught at UG level are taught, I think, backwards again, because people are taught how to use programming languages without being taught how to solve problems. So I think there is a need for it, but whether this approach scales well to the higher classes, I don't know. Because it's also...
Yeah, the IIT course that you have, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So we have one online course which we have done for the IIT Madras has an online bachelor's degree now in programming and data science. So there we have created a kind of, by having, so there are 2 instructors, and so that you can at least simulate some conversation activity based thing, because the idea there again is to get students to do things. So there we use some physical cards. Yes, they're on it. Don't play it now, please. So that works to some extent, yeah. So I can share that with you if you want. You can take a look.
Want to announce close for chat?
I have just written out something.
We're playing your video.
Okay, maybe we don't play it, but
But
I
we
just
can-
wanted to point you to this
Resource.
course called Computational Thinking, which is designed for the undergraduate audience. The videos are available on YouTube if you look hard enough. I don't think
They have a link.
they have a link.
Course web page.
Yeah.
At the bottom, yeah, there's a yellow button which says view.
No, view course videos. Yeah.
Yeah, it's somehow not as easy to find from YouTube, but yeah, this would be. Yeah,
Any
now I
first?
can play it, but yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, maybe we continue these conversations over coffee, so which is right outside, and we come back at 4:30 for Sriram's talk about Bootstrap, which is yeah, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they try to integrate computational elements into math and science subjects in the K-12 curriculum. I guess I have to be careful with my words, but anyway. Okay, so if you want to hear more about how it's done in the US, come back at 4:30. That's also for the online audience. Thanks.
ఇంకా ఉంది
कोई कैसे उन्हें ये समझाए सजनिया के मन में अभी इनकार है। जाने बलमा घोड़े पे क्यों सवार है, जाने बलमा
Sorry, can you say that again? Because
People who are remote, can you please type something into chat saying that you can hear me? Remote people, can you please confirm that you can hear me? Remote people? Ah, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, excellent, thank you. We'll start in just a moment. Thank you so much. What's the title there?
since we don't have Venkatesh, I won't even try to introduce him. If we end up saying computational thinking or something, I'll get murdered.
I am Kathy Fisler. Neil, just so you know, I'm waiting for your lead, just so you know. I'm waiting for your lead. No, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for your instructions. Should I start? Oh, I should have started apparently.
This is what I just did because I don't have Venkatesh. I cannot introduce you. You get started.
Yeah, that's fine. So okay, apparently I should get started. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for coming. I hope I'm still audible to people on Zoom. Zoom, can one person at least type into chat and confirm you can hear me, please? Thank you so much. Excellent. Okay, good. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Shriram. It's wonderful to be here. It's also a chance for all of you who I've been harassing all day, all week. You can now get Neela put me at the very end, so she's like, you can now be on the receiving end, so all of you can like throw your brickbats at me. I work at a university called Brown University in the US. I'm also one of the creators of this project called Bootstrap, which is not only in India, not only in the US primarily, but also in some other countries. And let's say that you are an educator and somebody walks into your office and says, you're an expert, I want to teach computer science, what should I do? Give me some ideas. What are you going to say? Answers. Huh? Okay, you can answer anyway. Yeah, you always have an answer to everything. What should we do? What should we do?
You should find a teacher too.
Find a teacher? Okay, no, but you're right. The teacher wants to know what to do.
They're a teacher. Oh.
Yeah. What should we do?
Who's your audience? What are they like?
Ah, okay. So you're actually going to ask questions to me. Okay, good. Okay, so, or should we do Scratch? It's always a good bet. Python? Scratch? Python? Python's great, right? Everyone loves Python. Python's the best language ever invented. So we could do Scratch, we could do Python. Logo? Any Logo fans? C++ maybe? Right? So we're full of solutions and we can give you various solutions, but now if you go to somebody's office and you say like, you're a software expert, what should you do? And I can assure you the answer is typically quite different, right? People are like, I don't know, depends on the problem. What are your constraints, right? And in general, when we try to solve problems, we don't just start talking about solutions. We talk about what our goals are and what our constraints are. And usually we use the goals and constraints to figure out what methods, like programming languages, IDEs, paper, not paper, etc., etc. Okay? So before we get to solutions, we start with these other things. How do I make that go away? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what the goals and constraints are that we deal with that I suspect are going to be very similar to, most of you are teachers, so I suspect they're going to be quite similar to things that you face. So you probably run into things like, what are the ages of students, right? That's going to determine what kind of solution, what exposure have they had before. Is it a required class? In the US, you also have what are called elective classes, which are not required and students can opt into taking the classes. You also have things like, does the class meet every day? Does it meet once a week? Because if it meets once a week, your students are going to forget everything that they learned last week. If it meets every day, they're more likely to remember. Right? Then how big is the classroom? And also, is it even a class? I see that some of this is starting to happen in India. In the US, you have what are called after-school activities. And there's a full slate of things you can do after school. Right? Because class finishes quite early in the day. Parents come to pick up students later in the day. So there's activities for students to do. And sometimes computer science gets put in that space. Okay? Now, of course, you're teachers, which means there are more constraints you can name. What other constraints would you suggest? What other things do you run into in your classes? What kinds of limitations do you run into or questions you need to ask before you can make a decision on a curriculum? Any ideas? Thoughts? Tell me about your experiences.
I think, I guess I'm not a professional teacher, but I've sort of had coordination problems. Are there other people that I need to coordinate?
Are there other people that we need to coordinate with? Okay? Other things? Teachers?
Generally heterogeneous. Diversity is there.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, heterogeneous classrooms, the diversity, and how do you deal with the diversity of students?
Resources, they bring your own devices.
Oh, wonderful, yeah, what are the resources? Are they going to bring their own devices? The device is going to be there? Or maybe no devices, right? Other questions like that. Time constraints, wonderful. What are the constraints? What are the resources, issues?
Are your funds dependent on how many children pass your whatever test that you
Absolutely. Are your funds dependent? In America, that's a huge problem, okay? And math education in particular is very constrained because school funding is dependent on how many students pass math, okay? So all of these things are the kinds of problems that you all know about. Internet access, can the students type? Are there any students who have any disabilities, visual impairment? Are there blind students? How are you going to do Scratch if you have blind students? Okay, etc., etc. If you have students with motor impairment, how are you going to do fine-grained placement of blocks into a tiny little hole if your student has like a motor impairment? So if you're going to say CS for all, who is your all, right? These are the kinds of questions that we wrestle with. And all of you know, because you're teachers, you deal with this on a daily basis, and curriculum providers should be asking you these questions before we go off and make decisions on your behalf. Okay? So this is the set of things that I normally talk to computer science people about and say, these are some of the problems you need to think about. Now, set against all of this, there's a big goal, a big national goal, at least in the United States, which is computing education. When we started doing this, the United States had this as a national goal. Now every country has this as a national goal and maybe even a national obsession. Okay? All right. So, we want to do computing education. Here is the premise of the Bootstrap project. This is the single most important thing I can say about our project. Our premise is, just because you need to teach computer science does not mean you need a course named computer science. Okay? This is, on the one hand, a very controversial statement. On the other hand, maybe to some people a somewhat obvious statement if you can make the mechanics work out. Okay? There's a lot of things we have to figure out when we're going to go into schools, right? I mean, those of us who work in universities, we can do whatever we want, right? Like we control our curriculum, we can have complete control. If we're going to go into the school system, we have to think about a lot of things. We have to think about the availability of time, availability of resources, and the quality that we want to attain, and all of those determine what kinds of things we can do with schools. Okay? So, when we started saying this back in 2007, my colleague Matthias and I wrote a paper that basically said why computer science doesn't matter, and we got into a lot of trouble for saying this, partly for the title onward, because everyone said, no, computer science is the most important subject in the world, and then they started yelling at us and flaming us. Okay? And we predicted that pretty soon, so the idea was in the US, we're going to, I don't know what, we're going to kick out something from the school syllabus to make room for computer science so we can have a computer science course. Okay? Now, I don't know why they thought schools were sitting there with all this free time on their hands, like there was an open slot in the school. Like when I went to school, there was no open slot in the school. They saying, please come and add a subject. But they acted as if that was the case. And we said, look, in 5 years, there's going to be other things like data science. In 10 years, there's going to be something else, and we don't even know what. And how are you going to keep making room for those in the class? Right? And sure enough, 5 years later, data science happened. 10 years later, now everybody wants to teach AI as well. So I don't know, maybe the data science class kicks out the computer science class, maybe the AI class kicks out the data science class. I don't know. That just doesn't scale, right? So our argument is, if you want to teach X, it doesn't mean you have to have a full-fledged class named X. You can teach X through subjects that already exist if you carefully design your way to do it. Okay? So this is the bootstrap approach. We teach computer science, and these days data science, and increasingly are starting to do AI as well, through integration into subjects that are already there. Because if you work with subjects that are already there, they already have a slot in the curriculum. They already have teachers. They already have money to pay the teachers. Okay? All of those problems are already solved. The time and space problems are already solved. Right? The room is there, the classroom is there, all of those things are solved. Our challenge is to design a curriculum that makes a teacher in some other subject want to teach computer science. Right? If you're a maths teacher, or a physics teacher, you don't wake up in the morning saying, I wish I could teach computer science instead today. Nobody wants that. If they wanted to, they would become a computer science teacher. So we have to convince, in our case, we also work with history teachers, civics teachers. They most certainly aren't trying to teach computer science every day. So we have to design our curriculum in such a way that they say, this is worth doing. It actually improves my class while teaching my own subject. Okay? Does that make sense? That's the broad challenge we're trying to take on here. So we provide a whole bunch of materials. You know, one of the, I think it was either Madhavan or no, it was Sridhar, I guess, probably you folks probably said this too. You've got to provide a whole bunch of materials. We have lesson plans. We've got like all the materials that the students need. We've got various other like remote instruction materials and all kinds of other resources that teachers need to be able to do what they do. And this spectrum is needed to be able to run a successful project, just like you can attest to and Sridhar could have attested to, right? So I'm sorry, there have been some answers over here. How can I read the answers? I think some people on chat gave us some more constraints. Oh, yes, time is the biggest constraint. Do I have time for this? Thank you. Okay, so what is Bootstrap? Inside, the highest level is we work with middle school. We don't work with primary school, okay, unlike like you folks, right, CS Pathshala. We don't work with primary school. We work with middle school. We're starting to do primary school, but it's not where our expertise is. We start in middle school. So in the United States, that's typically about 5th standard to 6th standard, okay? 5th through 12th, 6th through 12th. That's roughly where we operate primarily, okay?
Some states, is it 5 also? I know it's 6, 7, 8.
It's 6, 7, 8, but we work with some 5th standard. I mean, it's around the edges. It's always a little fuzzy, right? Or teachers in 5th standard will sometimes try out 6th standard material. Yeah. We're now designing explicit 5th standard material, okay? So the students and the teachers have no prior computer science experience. In the case of the algebra curriculum, they build a video game. In the case of the data science curriculum, they write a report that is driven by data and analysis. And the key thing is they're going to do their own design, and I will talk about what that means during this talk. And we take about 20 to 30 hours of the time that's already in the curriculum to teach this material. Okay? And the key thing is they learn both computing and the home discipline that they are integrating into. Okay? And you know, all the usual numbers, tens of thousands of students, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So our goal here is, now this is important. If you're designing a computing curriculum, it's very easy to achieve one of the 3 things I'm about to mention. It's quite easy to achieve both. We want to achieve 3 things. The first is we want our curriculum to be equitable. It has to work for a very broad socioeconomic and gender and other spectrums, right? Which means, for example, we don't do robots. We just don't touch robots. You buy an expensive robot, it works great for about a month. When it breaks down, nobody knows how to repair it, teacher doesn't know how to repair it, it sits in the corner and then the curriculum changes. We don't do things like robots, okay? We want things to scale. We work at national scale. We're not interested in just doing the local school that we work with. So just like you folks, right? And we also want rigor. right? So this is something that we talked about during the break. We want rigorous curricula. We want actual learning objectives. We want people to learn difficult things. We are not an entertainment provider, right? That's not our goal. Okay? And we even put it in our logo because that reminds us every day what we're trying to do.
So a lot of times in our slides we'll say fun. And I say, no. Engagement is what we're looking for. Fun to aap
Play cricket, exactly. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. We don't say fun. We want engagement. That's right. Okay. So let me tell you about the bootstrap algebra curriculum. Okay. Okay. So bootstrap. Okay. So we have all the things that I talked about before and that many of you also mentioned. In addition, we are going to use, for the engagement part, we're going to use visual media, and we're going to introduce the amount of computing that is necessary to achieve the goal. Okay. We want engagement, we want retention, and the key thing we are trying to teach is we are trying to teach students about functions. Okay? This might seem a bit strange. Why are functions so important? It's because functions are the first time in a math curriculum that students have to deal with true abstraction. Functions are very abstract. Right? They are devices, they're black box computational devices, they are abstract, and if you read the maths education literature, it points out that functions are the point where students start to drop out of mathematics. They lose interest, they lose engagement, they start, it's also the point where students start saying, there's some pretty interesting research that shows that students switch what they say from saying math is hard to I can't do math. Math is hard as a collective agreement. We all say it's difficult. We all share in the difficulty. I can't do math says somebody else can do it. It's not for me. I'm dropping out. Okay? And if students drop out of maths in 6th or 7th or 8th standard, they're never going to have a career in STEM or anything else, right? Or economics, any of these other things. So we want to retain them at that critical point. Okay, it's also in the United States. I don't know the research in other countries, but in the US, it is the point where males and females start to split in their STEM affection. Male students tend to stick with STEM. Female students say, I don't think the STEM stuff is for me. So we want to retain them at that crucial juncture. Okay? Okay, so why are functions critical? Because that is the point at which students start to hit abstraction and start to drop out of math and start to drop out of STEM. We want to retain them at that critical juncture. What does it mean to understand functions? Two things. How do you compose functions and how do you create functions? Two different skills. Okay? Now, let me tell you how we show function composition. We have a bunch of notations we've invented. We've got a bunch of mechanisms. We do some manipulatives. We do things on the board and so on. But eventually, we switch to writing programs. Okay? And what I'm going to show you is a little bit of code. Okay? So here is my IDE. And let's say what people on Zoom, can you please confirm that what you are seeing is you're seeing something with an image, you're seeing it? Okay, great. Okay, so I have a little cricket bat and ball logo, right? An emoji. And what I want to do is to try to recreate that. Okay, so what is a bat? Can we break down a bat and ball into pieces? Well, first of all, if I have a bat and ball, what are the two pieces to break it down into? A bat. Okay, now somebody else, can you break down a bat for me? Handle and that thing, okay, so let's try that thing first, okay? So, rectangle, let's say, angle, okay? Okay, does that look like the right kind of that thing? Or maybe we want it maybe on the vertical plane a little more, right? It's cricket, right? Not baseball. Baseball people are all broken. Yeah, we can do that. So let's do this instead, okay? So we can edit it. Okay? Okay. So let's give it a name. How about we'll call it the blade of the bat. Okay? Okay. So then let's do another one, rectangle. 10, 20, solid, black. Okay. Handle. Okay? Okay, so now I have two pieces. How am I going to combine the handle and the blade? Somebody from this side. Huh? On top, like, well, I want to put one thing over the other, right? Right? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, good. So what shall we call that? That's a bat, right? Okay. So then we could try that. That might not work because we got things in the wrong order, but that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to experiment, right? And if I do that, okay. Can you guess what a ball is? What's a ball? People back there, you want to give it a try? Yeah, small circle, like maybe we could do like a circle. Sphere, yes, okay, something like that. Is that too big a ball? Maybe we can make a smaller ball. Okay, you see what we're getting at? We're going to use images and we're going to compose images to make bigger images. Okay? That's the central idea that we're getting students used to. In fact, the exercise they go through is create your own logo. Okay? Now, I'm doing function composition. But, I mean, think about your math textbooks, right? Your math textbooks also do function composition, right? F of x is equal to x squared, g of x is equal to x plus 17. What is f of g of 4, right? What's wrong with that? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? If the answer comes out wrong, would you even know you got it wrong? You wouldn't even notice. Here, you'll notice right away. Okay? So we use students' engagement and their desire to design a particular logo to get them to understand the different notions of function, different ways functions compose to build up an image. Okay? So for example, here is one from a student who's identifies as very math-phobic, right? But has basically written this code. Now, I might have wanted to put a few more names in the middle and given some names, right? But this student, who would never have thought to compose functions for any reason, had no trouble doing a deeply nested function composition because they had a logo they wanted to create. This is their logo, and they're going to do whatever is needed to get the logo to work. Okay? So, that's how we get them to do function composition. Okay?
Definition of a star is by default 5.
Hamara stars here. We're a poor country these days. We don't have more stars. No, we can do polygons. We can do enagons. We can do other kinds of, yeah. Star is defined to be 5 point, but if you want an enagon, you can get an enagon. No, star is 5. Star is 5, but you can get other kinds of, so this is actually a good question, right? Because now you're asking me what else is in the library, right? Your curiosity is going to make you go and explore something that if I'd asked you to read, you'd have been like, why am I reading any of this? Okay, good. Okay, so now let's talk about how we do function definition. Now, I'm going to make all of you do an activity. This is a wonderful activity that comes out of math education literature. It's called Notice and Wonder. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to ask you what you notice and what you wonder. Maybe we have somewhat limited time, so we'll just do the notice part. The job is we have to eventually fill in this worksheet. Okay? So you have to help me fill in the worksheet. All right? So, what is the thing in the game? How is it changing? And give me some details about the change as much as you can. Are you ready? Yes? Everyone ready? Okay, good. So, here's our game. We call this Ninja Cat. Oops. Okay. That's our Ninja Cat. Okay? All right. So, what are the things in the game? Let the other people talk. Hold on. Yeah. What are things in the game? There's a ninja. Ninja. What are other things in the game? There's cloud. What are other things in the game? There's a dog. I think it's a cat, actually. I think it's a cat. I don't know, some animal. Okay, some nasty looking animal. Okay. What is the ninja doing? Yep. Okay. What's the diamond? I think it's actually a ruby or something like that. But what's it doing? Good. Okay. What is the cat doing? Trying to eat the ninja. What are the clouds doing?
Clouds are moving.
Okay, and there's also people on chat. What are the people on chat saying? Oh, thank you, chat people. Please keep going. Okay, so we've got ninjas, dogs, we've got clouds, the sun, we've got clouds, we've got jumping, smiling and moving. Oh, I like that. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to fill in this worksheet, right? And we're going to fill in this worksheet with details like this. You don't have to read the details, you can guess. But it's a student activity, right? You can watch the video game again, you can play another game, etc. We can also put the video game on and have the students suggest some moves to learn what's going on. Okay? Now, this is all fine. Maybe it's entertaining for 15 seconds. Why do we care? Because a video game is like a movie. A movie is a lie. There is no such thing as a movie. There's no such thing as a movie. The word movie is a marketing term that says that images are moving. They're not moving. There are still images 24 times a second, and our brain plays a trick on us and fills in detail that never existed. And if we play it just fast enough, we fool ourselves into thinking there is motion. So, a same principle applies for a video game. A game is just a sequence of these things. We have an image, we have another image, we have another image, and so on. Okay? So, what we need to do is to identify the core information in every scene, okay? Which is what our worksheet gave us. It's something about one thing is moving in the X dimension, another thing is moving in the Y dimension, and so on. We identify what the core information is. So, for example, the player's at this position, player's at that position, danger's over here, target's over there, so on, okay? And now, between the scenes, we have to perform the updates to get from one scene to the next. Okay? Now, how do we do that? Well, you're thinking, if you're used to programming, you're going to think, well, I have to undraw the previous image, I have to update all the variables, I have to draw a new image. That may be okay for programming. That is not how anything in mathematics works. Those are not functions. Okay? But we can instead think of these as a function that takes this information as input and produces this information as output. Takes this information as input, produces this information as output. That's how we do the updates. Also, once I have this information, I just showed you how to write a program that draws an image given some information. Right? So we could go back over here. For example, we go back over here and we could make all of these parameters. So if I wanted a bat twice as big, right? I could take an input parameter about the scale factor and make everything multiplied by that. So we teach them how to write function static images that are scaling as a way of introducing functions. Once we've done that, the same idea applies over here, right? So these are both functions, and these are functions that the students know how to write. So an update function might look like the new position of the danger is you take the current position and maybe you'll move it by x minus 50. Okay? And the new position for the player depends on a keystroke. If it's an up keystroke, you move the y by 50. If it's a down keystroke, you move the y by plus 50. Okay? Coordinate system. Right? And then for the drawing function, you just do basically the drawing functions that I showed you earlier. Image composition. That's all it is. Okay? And so if we do this, basically we get a 3-part progression. Every class, the teacher walks in and says, are you frustrated by the following thing in your game? Don't you wish the player looped back around? Don't you wish the player corresponded to keystrokes? Don't you wish you could detect collisions? And of course, the students are like, hell yeah, I want a video game, right? So for each game challenge, we teach them a programming content, a little bit more of programming, but we also teach the corresponding mathematics content. So they are learning about expressions, they learn about comparisons, they learn about functions, learn about piecewise functions. Eventually they learn about the Pythagorean theorem. You combine all of these, they get a full working video game, just like the one that I showed you with the Ninja Cat. Okay? And then of course, because it's a game, you have to have a launch party, so you do a launch party and everybody shows off their game and everyone gets pretty excited about it. Okay? Now, we also believe very strongly, unlike most computer science educators, in using paper. We are like 19th century people. We believe in the use of paper. We give our students worksheets and we make them work through the worksheet so they have a structured approach to problem solving, like we heard earlier, right? So, for example, they have to write a contract and a purpose statement. They say the contract is update target, takes a number, produces a number. The purpose is to move it by 50 pixels. Okay? In programming terms, we call that a type or contract. We then ask them to write examples of the behavior. These are test cases. This is a computer science concept called unit testing, and we have no trouble with 6th graders doing this. They can learn this as a skill, as a true computer science skill for producing reliable, robust software. We teach this as early as 6th grade. Then they abstract over these examples to produce what you normally call code, which is the function definition. But every one of these has a counterpart in mathematics. The contracts are domain and range, which is something math teachers will need to figure out how to teach. The test cases are input-output tables, and this is the formula. And one of the big challenges in math education is helping students understand that these 3 different representations are all interconnected in math. And teachers struggle to explain this idea. They bring out graphing calculators. Texas Instruments makes a whole bunch of money that it shouldn't, trying to explain this concept. For the students, it's completely intuitive because they see it in the programming context where obviously all 3 are interlinked. They're all part of solving the problem. Okay? So multiple representations of code turns into multiple representations of functions. Okay? We study transfer. I keep obsessing about transfer. We have studies about this, but even better than studies is my favorite quote. This is from a teacher at University of Texas at Austin, and I think this actually works very well in Gujarat as well, right? Bootstrap is the cheese on the broccoli of mathematics, paneer on everything. Okay? So that is our strongest phrase. Okay? Okay. Now, let's do a quick poll. Okay? How many of you think that your students would be really excited about this Ninja Cat game? Like the ninja part, ninjas, your students really into ninjas and into cats? No, you think not? You look a little suspicious, little not sure, not quite. Let's talk about that, okay? Because students don't actually write Ninja Cat. Okay, that's not what they write. Instead, what we do, and you're gonna forgive me for repeating a few minutes of what I talked about earlier. Instead, what we do is we give students a worksheet, and we tell them, you are going to design your own game. Now, of course, the first time you say this to students, they're like, oh, and you're like, hold on. So they're like, I want to design World of Warcraft, right? And you're like, well. And we literally make teachers go around the room and say, how much money do you have in your pocket? Like, I don't know, $2, $1.50, we've got some change. Okay, so between us and the class, we have about $4.17. Okay, World of Warcraft costs about $80 million. So we're not going to get World of Warcraft. We're going to get something a little bit more modest. Okay, so the only things the students get to choose are 4 parameters. Okay, they get to choose the background on which the game occurs. Okay? So remember, in Ninja Cat, what was the background? Some setting sun and cloud and stuff like that, right? Okay, the player. Who was the player in Ninja Cat? It was the ninja. Good. The target. What was the player in Ninja Cat? Yeah. gemstone was, and what was the danger? Excellent, okay? Okay, so the students get to pick these things, okay? So for example, here is one example from a student. So the student says, it takes place at the beach. The player is a mermaid dog, which we can now henceforth call a mer dog. The target is a fish-shaped dog treat, and the danger is a great white shark, which, watch out, it can fly. Okay? Okay, this is this student's game. Okay? Now, here is the dirty secret. All these games are exactly the same. They're all the same game. Okay? Why are they the same game? They are the same game because that is the only way we can make sure that we meet the learning objectives that we have. If we gave students too much freedom, they'd be like, I don't care if, you say, okay, would you like it to move up and down? Yes, I would. I have to teach you some new math. I decided I don't care if it moves up and down. Would you like it to collide? Yes, yes, very important. Aha, I have to teach you this Pythagorean theorem. You know what? It's okay if it doesn't collide. If it just flies through, we can still give it a point. It's okay. We'll adjust the score a little bit. It'll be fine. Okay? We don't want that. We have to teach math. If we don't teach the math teachers are going to get really angry at us. So to achieve the learning objectives, we have to control the amount of freedom students have. In particular, students will happily compromise to do something easier because they've gotten enough of a game. We can't allow that to happen. That's why we make sure that in some sense they're all writing the same game. Okay? So here are two examples of pictures, and I'll come back to the first picture. But as you can see, right, they look visually completely different, but they follow exactly the same rules.
The second one from Undertale, that's it.
I beg your pardon?
The second one is from Undertale.
Yeah, exactly, right? And one of the things we studied was we tried to study how much this inability to customize actually matters. Okay? So we asked students a bunch of questions. One of the questions was, did you feel like you made a real game? Because there's only 4 parameters, right? Like a real game. Think about a real video game, right? Well, so I want you to focus on the blue and the green. I fixed the color, sir. Okay? So somebody complained about the colors. It was you or him? Somebody complained about the colors. Okay. So blue is strong agree, green is agree. Okay? Yellow is weak disagree, and orange is strong disagree. Okay? The point is, most of them feel like they made at least something of a game. Okay? More importantly, is your game different from the others? It's the same game. But those 4 degrees of freedom give them enough sense of ownership, and they say, yeah, it's pretty different, different enough, right? If we made everybody build Ninja Cat, the class would be pretty annoyed. We need enough difference for students to feel like, yeah, it's kind of my game, okay? And the last question is, are you proud of the game that you made? And most of them are proud of it, right? The point is, we don't need a lot of parameterization and freedom for students to feel ownership and pride. But the ownership and pride gives them engagement, and the engagement is what we need for them to eventually get to the learning objectives. It's a very delicate balance. Okay? And I'm just going to show you quickly some quotes. So why do you do this? Well, I did sloths, zombie marshmallows, thought it was funny, we like dogs. Other than more serious themes, I wanted to get people to think about endangerment of animals, okay? Or the environment, or picking up trash, or it's a true story, or I did it because my sister loves Batman and I wanted to make a game for my sister, right? So you can see all sorts of interesting, rich storytelling themes coming out just from those 4 things that they can set, right? From environmentalism to kinship to humor. And this one is one of my favorites. This was a story, this looks incoherent, right? It looks kind of incoherent. This was a student who said, I was reading articles and found out that people are starting to pollute space. And I wanted to raise awareness of that, right? So the garbage is the space debris. This butterfly net is the thing that's trying to grab the space junk, and the asteroid's the thing that's going to destroy the butterfly net, and you have to stay out of the way, right? It's not beautiful, but it is beautiful. right? The student is really expressing a deep emotional sentiment through this. And one other interesting thing, so we have 4 parameters. Natural question is, why not add a 5th parameter, 6th parameter, giving them a little bit more freedom, right? Just a little more, how can it hurt, right? In fact, we started off with 5 parameters, okay? We had a 5th parameter, which was a flying object. And you know what? Everybody made shoot 'em up games. They all made shoot 'em up games. There was a lot of gendering going on. So we said, you know, we don't like this. Let's take out this parameter and see what happens. Yes, we're giving them less freedom, but let's see what happens. And in fact, the games got much more interesting. More freedom is not necessarily better, right? Unfettered creativity gets in the way of trying to achieve things. And also, anybody who studies artistic processes knows that putting constraints sometimes leads to greater creative expression. Okay? So, let's see, there are 2 more things I quickly want to say. One is, do I want to talk about differential models? I don't know if this audience cares about it that much. Let's not worry about that. Okay, let's not worry, it's some calculus stuff, don't worry about it. Okay, last thing I want to say is, something we care about a lot is also accessibility. We talked about blind users and people like that, right, at the very beginning. And we're talking about images everywhere, right? So we spent a lot of time thinking about how to help the visually impaired as well. There's support in our IDEs for writing code. We've actually built a block language that works for blind people through visual communication. We have IDE navigation for helping with visual impairment as well. We take ideas from chat interfaces to build the interaction model in our IDE, because there's a lot of work that's gone into building chat interfaces for blind users. We try to copy some of those ideas. How do you describe colors is interesting. How do you describe imported images? So Windsurf actually gave us a grant so we could get Google Cloud services to describe images that are coming off the internet. The great thing about composing images functionally is you have the scene graph, so you can read it back out as a description of an image. And finally, there are other ideas like semantic prioritization that are developed in the blind programmer community for figuring out how to describe like values that are printed out. So there's a lot of work there that is to be done. We've done some of it. I'm not going to say we've solved the problem at all, but it's something we actively think about, because if you're going to use visual media, you have a responsibility, maybe a legal responsibility, but at least a moral responsibility to think about the visually impaired. If you're using Scratch, you have a moral obligation to be thinking about that. Okay? Last comments. I want to finish up here. So first of all, integrating computer science into other subjects has real potential. It's a different problem than trying to teach CS. You have to convince a civics teacher or an algebra teacher, whatever. Here I just gave you the algebra curriculum. I didn't talk about the data science curriculum. Similar ideas over there. Small amounts of customization, lots of control, just enough creative control to get the learning outcomes that we want. Okay? You have to make the curriculum make sense to that teacher. They have to be willing to take their time. It's a different set of challenges. Okay? It is not enough just to create pretty materials. We can tell good stories. If you don't measure, you don't evaluate, you can't demonstrate that your work actually works, teachers will not be interested, especially in other disciplines. It is really important to understand the constraints of humans and systems before we design these kind of curricula. And in our case, we always let the host discipline be the driver, right? We don't think computer science should come in and tell everybody how to behave, which is the typical way computer scientists act. Instead, we let the host discipline tell us what they want, and we interact with them, which is why in data science, the product is never a program. The product is a report. Because if you're in a history or civics class, your output is reports, and the program is just a little part in the middle. You have to understand the discipline if you want to integrate into it. Okay? So that's the end of my talk. Those are the visuals that will remind you what I was talking about. There's my contact information if you want to reach me, and I would love to take your questions now. And people on chat, you're welcome to type in questions. I will see those as well. Thank you. People on Zoom, sorry. Questions? Comments, criticisms, yes?
The thing about measuring to demonstrate efficacy, isn't that a chicken and egg? Don't you need the teachers to, they help you with this, right? They help you with
Yeah, no, everything here is either a virtuous or a vicious cycle. Every single thing here, no question. Yep. So how do you bootstrap a curriculum like this? Great question, right, yeah. But the good thing is once you get going, you also have a flywheel effect, so you just have to get it going, yeah. I mean, you probably have similar issues too.
Are these games specifically visually impaired friendly?
Are the games specifically visually impaired friendly? No, but the IDE is. One of our most fascinating experiences is we got to go to a school for blind children in Alabama, which is a state in southeastern United States. We went to a school for blind children and we worked through the whole curriculum with them. And they were super excited because they said usually what happens to us is we get the special curriculum, the blind curriculum, right? And for once we got to do what, the other kids get to do, which is a very unusual experience for us, but it's all done through like voice dictation. We worked extensively for about 2 years with a blind programmer to work on the design of all of these things. The blind, for example, listen to audio at like freaky rates, right? Like 450 words per minute, right? And you have to figure out like how you can make your output channel work at that kind of frequency because they can't see, but they can hear amazingly well, right? So those are kinds of things that you have to do. I'm not going to say it's a fantastic curriculum, but we have enough that a blind student would not be left behind. They would be able to participate, they'd be able to take part in it.
Composing, like learning about function composition through images?
Yeah, it's compatible enough because we produce an image description that they can understand. Every image can be vocalized. That's the key thing, right? And it can be vocalized in a meaningful way.
You have to keep this in mind when you're designing, it's too late otherwise.
I mean, some of it was retrofitted, but all of our new stuff has to keep it in mind. That's right, absolutely, yeah.
I don't know if this question has been asked. Low resource setting, CS, your computer is between.
Yes.
How does that go? Do you have thoughts on that?
Oh, yes, I love that question. Thank you for asking. I wish I should have paid you to ask that question. No, we work. Yeah, I can't remember do UPI. I'm so sorry. Remember? Yeah, credit card, foreign credit card. Yeah. No, we actually like working in we actually have no choice but to work in low resource settings because despite whatever image you may have, many American schools don't have a ton of computers, or if they do, the computers are primarily reserved for the computer science teacher. We're working with the math teacher or the civics teacher, right? So that's one of the other reasons we have worksheets. We do a lot of work on paper. That way you can work even if you don't have access to the computer. You do some of your work on paper. You do a lot of planning on paper. We do paperwork that a teacher can review and give meaningful feedback on so that when you go to the computer, the work is actually in pretty good shape. Okay? And that's how you end up doing the multiplexing. Sometimes we have teachers who say, I'm gonna, even though you have access to the computer, I'm gonna wait for you to turn in a good plan on paper before I let you go, just as a mental discipline for you to follow, because it's gonna be good for you to know how to do this. One of the things I point out is, computer people are obsessed, like the biggest monitor in the world, blah, 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 right? You want all these big things. And yet you go to Google's offices or Facebook's offices or Amazon's offices, they have whiteboards. We have whiteboards. He can afford the ginormous monitor in the world for each person, right? They still have a whiteboard because there's still value to that other medium. There's value to paper, to being able to write. One of the things we found is when our curriculum was taught by CS teachers versus math teachers, typically the students taught by math teachers did better. And you know why? Because the math teachers actually love worksheets. The CS teachers worksheets, this is some ancient technology, who needs paper, and the students would get themselves into a mess. So,
extend it slightly further, define low as close to no.
Yeah.
5 kids, 30 kids are having access to one phone.
Yeah.
Then how do you extend?
Then it's going to be hard. I mean, we've actually put quite a bit of effort into making things work on phones as well, but at some point we fall off, right? I mean, one of the things that has changed significantly is many kids in the US now have a Chromebook. And the pandemic meant that almost every kid now got their own Chromebook. Now, the Chromebook is a terrible environment on which to run most software. You can't install anything. You can't install things, right? You can, desktop software, Alice, you can't even install, right? I made a bet back in 2010 that the browser was going to be the medium. We put We've burned about 6 years of hard PL research engineering, so we run really well on browsers. So we're almost like Chromebook native. Works fabulously for us.
This is similar question that we had for PGV. If they forget zero laptop. And I don't know if you see these pictures. I think when we were very young, we would play on this.
Nintendo, yeah. Yep.
And these are kids with very small teachers' phone, and the class of 100 is watching. And I don't know what they're getting on that, but sometimes maybe the resource, and maybe it's okay to write a program or a video game in a small screen itself.
But we're browser native, right? All these images, there's no third-party stuff. I can disconnect the network, all of this stuff will work just fine. We've engineered the heck out of this. I give research talks on the engineering behind this.
How is the UX on a phone for this?
For phones, it's so this version actually works okay on a phone because we can collapse those parts, right? But it's not great. It's not great. I mean, this part is a new IDE that we've been rolling out over the past year and a half. So this one is still work in progress. So.
But you were looking at a phone kind of UX.
Yeah, I'm not that excited about the phone. In the US, kids have Chromebooks. That's a pretty reasonable working assumption these days, and I can rely on a Chromebook.
I'm confused. What the browser works on the phone?
Yeah, works fine. This will work fine on the phone. This will work fine. It's not optimized for working on the phone.
Could I ask for the could I email you for the slides and elaboration on the parts of script that you have to run?
Yeah, go. Yeah, sure, of course, yeah. Okay, any other last questions? I know it's getting late, people are getting tired. Let's cut it off. Okay, thank you, everybody. You can keep asking questions, but people who need to leave, please leave. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this alone now?
Yeah.
You had a line in your slide, creativity is perhaps overrated.
Yeah, somebody was paying awake, okay. Yeah, what about it?
Could you comment on that? I mean, you're talking about students, the creativity expected on students is overrated. Is that the context you're going to?
Yeah.
उसमें कह रहे slightly नहीं है, want to say.
I'm speaking to a very particular fetish that we have in computer science. Okay, where in most other disciplines, people understand that there's a trade-off and that there are constraints, and constraints help us achieve certain goals. Okay, computer science teachers have this obsession with it's like the Wild West, right? Yeah, the First Amendment and the Second Amendment combined, right? The rights of people to bear programs shall not be infringed. You should be able to write any code you want. The moment you put any constraint on a student, you have violated the laws of St. Papert, and that would be really bad, right? And it's just the sense it's very hard to have a conversation in computer science where you say, let's put some constraints on what the student is allowed to do because it helps us achieve some learning objectives, right? Now, I'm not saying that students shouldn't be free to go off and explore more, right? But to get to a baseline, if you want to learn a particular thing, you might have to put some barriers on it so that you can achieve the baseline. And then when the student says, well, what if a student says, this thing moving in a straight line is fine, but what if I want to move it in a curve instead? You're like, thank you for asking. We have a whole module on that. What if I wanted to move in a parabola instead? We have a whole curriculum on that, right? But we want the student to ask that question. Until they ask that question, it's okay to live within a box. Okay? Good. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for your patience. Thank you, online folks. It's been nice seeing you. Do you want to say something?
Just say a few closing remarks. All right, thank you everybody for coming. Just a few quick closing remarks. I should remember to thank INYAS, which is the Indian National Young Sciences Academy, for supporting this event. I'd like to thank the Institute and specifically the Department of Computer Science for also supporting the event. And we have phenomenal support staff at IIT Gandhinagar, without whom the event would not have been possible. We have Raviraj, who was the main volunteer for the event. Unfortunately, he's not here, but I'd like to thank him, the hospitality staff, the caterers for doing a fantastic job putting this event together. I'd like to thank all the speakers and the audience for being here. So thank you all, and we call it a day here. And while it's still...
Thank you.
No, we don't. can get some fresh air outside, like Sriram would like to say. All right, thanks. Cheers.
It's okay. No. I just didn't know. I was like, wait, are we waiting for something? Like, oh, I was supposed to be talking all along.
This isn't here.
No, that's not. I think you dropped it. You dropped it. Yes, that's right. Oh, hold on. Did you take the thing out of that? Give that back to me.
It's your clicker. It's yours. Oh, it's so okay.
Yeah.
Which is okay?
No,
This is
This
yours.
is mine. This is mine.
Sorry.